And I was dying inside to hold you. I couldn't believe what I felt for you. Dying inside, I was dying inside, but I couldn't bring myself to touch you. You said hello, then you asked my name. I didn't know if I should go on. Inside I felt my life had really changed. I knew that it would never be the same. Standing there, I didn't know what to say.
Alright. Goeiemiddag, dames en 7 here. Van hier is nie veronderstel om mans te wees nie. Nietemin, ek wil net vir julle, voordat ons amptelik begin met ons program, ons gaan so begin in die volgende 3 minute. Net vir julle inligting. Ons is al live. Dit word natuurlik gelivestream. My naam is Lance van Eden. Ek gaan julle co-host wees, want dit is nou 'n ladies event. So ek het nou besluit, ek gaan nou nie die host wees hier alleen nie. En ek het iemand ingekry om saam met my hierdie dag, hierdie middag, saam met julle natuurlik te host. So we'll be speaking some English, some Afrikaans, and thirdly, some Mengels. Just saying, so there's no other language I can speak, so that is nou wat julle gaan kry. So sit back as we welcome our dignitaries to the front, and we will commence with our program within the next few minutes. Thank you.
silly. No, it isn't silly. Love isn't silly at all. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm love crazy, crazy over you. I'm love crazy. I'm helpless, there's nothing I can do. Cupid, he must have shot me with his arrow when I first saw your face. 'Cause I've been floating on the cloud ever since. Girl, I'm just a hopeless case. From the first time that I held you, I knew that it was just a matter of time. Before I did what comes naturally, when a pretty girl blows your mind, I think about you in the middle of the day, thinking how much I love you, and if everything's okay. Can't wait to love you, squeeze you up so tight, and make such good love to you. You'll be hanging on for dear life. I'm love crazy, crazy over you. I'm love crazy, crazy. I'm helpless, there's nothing I can do. Oh, you bring me all the joy I possess. You make me feel alive. Well, they say man can't live by bread alone. You're the reason I survive. Whenever times get dark and cloudy, you make my gray skies blue. And whenever I fail, always there to bring me up. I can always count on you.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, as I introduced myself earlier, I am Lance Van Eden. I'm the chairman of the Berg River Alumni. In case you wonder where we originate from, so we represent our local school in Wellington, Bergrivier Senior Secondary. So eens op 'n stadium was ons soek mos in die skoolbanke gewees op daai spesifieke skool. En vir my, die rede hoekom ek betrokke geraak het is, kan ons nou 'n manier vind as ou studente om terug te ploeg in ons ou skool. What I've experienced over years and what made me come along on this journey is that, and I don't want to go ahead and speak about Model C schools, etc., because today is not about that. For me, it's all about, if I look at schools like Gymnasium and boys, etc., so these schools are doing fantastic, by getting their old students and pupils involved in keeping their school alive, the dreams of their children alive. And there are so many things that these students do to give back to their particular schools. What I have found out over the years is that very few of us, and I want to reiterate this, a very few of us goes back to our schools and find ways, what can we do to give back to the school? We are sitting with children in our schools that are less fortunate. Once upon a time, maybe you and I, we were in a position where we were less fortunate. Maybe you didn't have any school fees when you attended school. Maybe somebody else came along and was someone that blessed your parents to make your dream a reality. And I'm saying today, or asking you guys today, if you have attended whichever school you come from, but the focus today is on biography. I want to encourage you guys to sort of find a way, speak to the principal, speak to the staff. What is it that you and I can do to give back to the school that we come from? Don't be selfish and just think about yourself. You might have grandchildren. You might have their children coming to those particular schools. And I just believe that if we all stand together and everybody does their bit, then we can make sure that Begrafie, Wellington High, Weltevrede, etc., I'm speaking about specifically in our district, that we can also start seeing our schools becoming Model C schools. But we, the people here today, and why I've decided to speak to the ladies, ons mans, vat mos nie so maklik alles kop toe nie man. Ek praat nou nie van myself, ek praat van die ander mans wat hier is. But I want to say to you ladies, julle is altyd die dames in die huis wat voorvat. As daar events gedoen word, dan vat julle voor. En ek wil vandag vir julle vra, kom raak betrokke by Begrafie Senior Sekondêr. As jy nie daar was nie en jy was betrokke by 'n ander skool, dan vra ek vir jou, word betrokke by daai particular skool. En onthou net as ek praat van betrokkenheid, moenie altyd net dink aan geld nie. Jy het miskien 'n kuns, jy het miskien 'n professie wat jy miskien in 'n kind kan belê. Jy was dalk op jou dag 'n hokkiespeler, 'n netbalspeelster, wat ook al. And maybe somebody needs you there on the training field, your expertise. And you know what is the sad reality for me? Is that we run to the other schools. We support the other schools. But when it's our people, and I'm referring to here in Wellington, the schools I'm referring to, then the parents is very much absent. Ons skoolhoof, Mr. Cavanielis, baie welkom in die garde. Well, they must plead by our parents to get involved. And I'm saying today, if you're a parent and you've got a child at Begrafie or at any other school, I'm encouraging you to become involved. Your school needs you. I'm speaking today as an ambassador of Begrafie Senior Secondary, and I'm proud to be associated with Begrafie Senior Secondary. I think we can give our school a lekker hande klap here this afternoon. So ja, klaar nou met eers met daai gedeelte, nee. Meneer, voel meneer nou bietjie alright nou? Onze lesers Begrafie met trots, nee? Werk, lewer. Kan ons dit weer sê? Werk, lewer. Hulle ken nog die skoollied. Sê maar net vir meneer. So yeah, I would like to take this opportunity to say a special welcome to each and every one of you that made or took the time out of your schedule to be here today. In particular, we have quite a lot of VIPs, hooggeplaaste mense. Nou ek het gedink, ek is nog nie so hoog in professie nie, dis ek staan ek op die verhoog. Nou is ek hoër as julle. But we want to just say, on behalf of the Bergriver alumni, we want to say a hearty welcome to each and every one of you. The principal, Mr. Cavanielis, his wife, Angela, Professor Michael Agadia. I'll get back to this man sometime. Professor Prof Madonsela, Serene Paul, Edwina Goff, Neil Agadia, Mrs. Agadia, and yes, we've got great people. We've got Christophine Kearns here that represents, obviously, council. And we've got quite a lot of people that I don't even know how you associated to whatever. But that's not important here today. What is important here today is I want you ladies to have a lekker time. Ons gaan nie 'n stywe saak maak nie. Alright, as jy gedink het gaan nou heeldag net oor praat, dink weer. Julle het gesien ek het op die program gesit. Ons het great entertainment. Ons het mense uit die Kaap het kom om die saak sommer lekker aan die brand te maak. Alright. So as jy hoekies aan het, skop dit nou uit al. Raak plat en raak gemaklik. Alright, so I would like to say welcome to all of you. And can I ask you all just to give yourselves a big round of applause for being here. Then I would like briefly, quickly, just to introduce to you guys the executive of the biography alumni as they make their way to the front quickly. Can we give them a lekker, nice big round of applause? The executive of the biography alumni. Ja, kom daar zo. Julle het ons mooi aangetrek vir die. I don't see, where's Charlene? Yeah, there's Edward. So maybe you guys can come and just stand here next to me. Teresa? That's fine. Where's Charlene? Oh, there is she. Lenshin? Yeah. Okay, Natalie, are you here? Where is Natalie? Okay, so what I said earlier on, you see, we are a handful of guys. But I prefer it this way. Because there's 2 ladies for each man, if you can see on the stage. Come on that side, Natalie. Yeah, that's now my lady. Just saying. All right, ladies and gentlemen, what you are seeing and witnessing here today, and for so many events that has taken place in the past, I would like you guys to give these people a big round of applause. So just a way of introduction, that beautiful lady on that side, it's Natalie. It's my wife, just so that you know. We have Charlene Jones. We have Teresa Peterson. We have Cindy Kibidu. We have Salome, Tracy's sister, apparently. We have Alistair. We have Vanessa. We have Lenshin. And we have Edward Small. So yeah, and as I said, I'm Lance van Eden. That is your Burgerriver Alumni Executive as we speak. Thank you so much. So now that we have the formalities out of the way, I'm going to ask Cindy just to open this event for us in a word of prayer. Thank you.
Kom ons bid saam. God, our Heavenly Father, we give you thanks for the gift of life and for everything we have received from your hand. Thank you for bringing the community of Wellington together, knowing that you have created every person with equal worth and calls us to help the manifest. You made all the delicate inner parts of our bodies and you knitted us in our mother's womb. Thank you for making us so wonderfully complex. Your workmanship is marvelous. Speak clearly to us today as we meet today so that we may change your direction from our lives and everything we need is found in you. We are joined to pray for the empowerment of women and girls everywhere to live the abundant lives God had intended for us. Please motivate us to overcome discrimination and the end harmful practices, especially GBV. May the occasion help everyone see that we are daughters of God, beautiful, strong, worthy, and perfect. Protect all those women who fail to see their true worth. Help each one of us with gifts to carry out the mission you have destined for our lives. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Cindy, for that beautiful prayer. And just before we continue with our program, I would like to say that I work for a company called Full House Finishes, Full House Retail. And just want to mention this, that the setting you guys are seeing here has been sponsored by Full House to make this stage look the way it does. So I would like to say to our company, thank you so much. All right, so I would like to introduce the band to you guys, who's going to provide some lekker entertainment. So the first guy I would like to call to the front is Roderick McKay, Jason Ward, and last but not least, you guys all watch Mark My Famous? Put your hands together for Charlton Daniels. What I want to say to you ladies here today, was dit die enige mense net gekry nie hoor? Was dit vir julle die beste gekry? And to crown it all, I don't know if you can recall, your ticket was free. Just saying. And I want to say to you, maybe not now, I'll keep it for later. So nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, the first person that is going to entertain us here goes by the name of Anselin Geisman. Can we give Anselin a big round of applause? And upon introduction, I want to say to you that Anselin, I don't know if you guys watched Voice South Africa. So Anselin was part of the top 5. Anselin is soos 'n huiskind by my. And when I asked Anselin to be here today, he set aside everything that he had in his busy schedule to be here in Wellington this afternoon. Anselin Geisman.
Good evening, afternoon, everyone. Are you guys happy to be here this afternoon? So I was booked specifically to do a gospel, I'm not going to say performance, I call it ministry, because I believe that is what it is. And Uncle Lance was very specific when he asked me to come and minister here today. And he said, you need to sing these specific songs. And I believe that he chose these songs because it literally resembles God's desire for all of you here today. And I note that the session this afternoon is called Know Your Worth, and everything that will be done here today is to amplify every single person's worth in this building today. And I'm so happy and I'm so glad that I get to stand here today to minister to all of you. And I hope that your hearts will be touched. I hope that the goodness of God will continue running after all of you. I hope that the favor of God will continue to hedge you in, and that the blessing of the Lord that maketh rich and add no sorrow bestows upon your life. If you know the song, sing along, stand up on your feet. Kom ons dien net die Here. Amen. I love you, Lord. Oh, your mercy never fails me. All my days I've been held in your hand. From the moment that I wake up until I lay my head, I will sing of the goodness of God. Yeah, all my life you have been faithful. Whoa, all my life you have been so good. Every breath that I am able, I will sing of the goodness of God. I love your voice and you have led me through the fire in darkest night. You are close like no other. I've loved you as a father. I've known you as a friend, and I have lived in the goodness of God. Oh, my life you have been faithful. Oh, my life you have been so good. Every breath that I am able, I will sing of the goodness of God. Your goodness is running after, it's running after me. Your goodness is running after, it's chasing after me. With my life laid down, I'm surrendered now. I give you everything, yeah. Your goodness is running after, it's running up. Come on, stand with me and sing. Your goodness is running after, it's running up. Your goodness and your mercy runs. With my life laid down, I surrender all. Your goodness and your mercy run. Your goodness and mercy, your goodness is running, it's chasing after you. The blessing of the Lord maketh rich and add no sorrow. With my life laid down, I surrender all. I give you everything, yeah. And all my life you have been faithful. I've never lacked anything. All my life you have been so good. Every breath I will sing of the goodness, yeah. Oh, I will sing of the goodness. Oh, I will sing of the goodness of God. Oh, God will work it out. God will work it out. One thing I know, one thing I found, oh, God will work it out. I've come to tell somebody that God will work it out. Sing it from the top of your lungs. One thing I know, my God. Hey, let's sing it one more time, yeah. God will work it out. I don't care what you're facing today, God. I have a blessed assurance, yeah. Oh, I've tasted and seen your goodness. Oh, sing God, God. God will work thing I know, one thing I found, oh, thank you so much.
Amen. I want to say to a lady, maybe you came here this afternoon. Maybe you're battling and maybe finding yourself in a space of you don't know which way to turn anymore. But I want to assure you this afternoon that God will work it out. But you got to trust Him. Our theme is know your worth. And maybe you have lost your worth. Maybe you have given up. Maybe you thought, maybe I don't need to make my hair nice anymore. Maybe I don't need to put any makeup on. Maybe I don't need to put on lipstick. Maybe I don't need to dress up. But the reason why you're here today is that Berg River Alumni wants to remind you that you're a woman of worth. You might be going through a struggle today. You might not know where your bread is coming from tomorrow. But I want to assure you today that God will work it out. But we got to keep on trusting. We got to keep on believing. Maybe you're at your wit end today. Maybe you came in here hopeless. But I want to assure you that you are worth something in the eyes of the Lord. Whoever your maker is, whether it's God, whether it's Allah, whoever you place your trust in, I want to assure you today that you're a woman of worth. You're a woman that can stand tall despite your circumstances. You're a woman of worth. And I want to encourage you this afternoon, don't give up. Don't give up. Sometimes we're so close to our victory. Don't give up. Can we give it one more time up for Anselin Geisman? So now that we set the tone and we set the atmosphere, amen? And the fact that God is present. So yeah, today we are here to celebrate and make women just understand their value and their worth. So, ek het julle beloof, ek gaan nie julle host hier die hele tyd wees nie. Want ek sien net twee mans hier voor, 'n man hier voor en 'n man hier voor en 'n man daar agter, soos almal kameramanne. So ja, maak seker altyd dat jy glimlag, nee. Want jy weet nooit of jy nou vir jou 'n kiekie neem van jou nie. So yeah, I want to say, ladies and ladies, let's put our hands together for my co-host, non-stranger. Julle ken vir haar, die program is wel klaar op TV, tussen ons, maar in lewende lywe, your hands and mine, let's put our hands together and welcome Tracy Lang. Welcome to Wellington. Woo!
What a beautiful picture. That's all I can say first. And thank you so much for having me here this afternoon. I am very, very excited to be here in Wellington. Hallo vir julle daar ook. Okay, so I see many of you took selfies, and as you were taking selfies, I was photobombing in the background. So just check it out. I wore bright pink so that you can see that. Now, Lance, I don't know if you saw this earlier in this week. I got a very interesting message from someone who said to me, Tracy, I'm on Lance, like L-A-N-C-E. So I said, who's Lance? He said, no man, I'm with Lance. I said, who's Lance? He said, no man, Lance that you eat? I'm on Lance.
Well, Tracy, I must say to you that I got a message out of Robertson, one of the people that's working for me, and she sent a message to my wife and said, "Het jy gesien Tracy maak en 'n guy van jou man?" Toe sê ek, "Wag, ek gaan gou kyk." Toe gaan kyk ek daar. Toe sê ek, "Tracy, nee man." But at least nou weet ek volgende keer as jy dink aan lunch, dan dink jy aan my.
Net so, exactly. Think of lunch, you think of Lords van Eden. So thank you so much for having us all here. We are very, very excited about today. I can tell you I am over the moon and very excited. And if you think this came to be after a week of planning, Lance contacted me months ago. Glo my, daar is baie wat hier ingegaan het om seker te maak dat vandag vir julle 'n wonderlike dag is. That you walk away from here feeling empowered and feeling like you are enough. Because you are so enough, you are more than enough. And not just you here present, but everyone else watching us from home or wherever you are. Trust me, you are going to feel like you can overcome the world. So I am very excited about today.
Lekker man. So Tracy, what I want to say to you is, I'm going to tell this to the audience. So, and this is genuine, the story. I told Mujahid, I said, I want the best here today. And Mujahid, who I introduce later, I said to him, I would love to have Tracy at this event. Mujahid told me, he said, Lance, it's not impossible, but I want to tell you is, she's very busy. Ek gaan vir jou sê, as jy daai vrou kry, dan gee ek jou my wages, ek wag. En ek wil vir julle sê, hy verdien genoeg.
Kan ons 'n deel?
Ja, soos ek hier klaar is, al kan ek nog aanbou by my huis. But I want to say this to you people in the audience, that I literally stopped at the four-way stop in Malmesbury. And I pulled over on the side of the road. And this is a true story. I Googled and I went on Facebook and I went to go search for Tracy. And I came across her email address, and this was on a Friday afternoon. I sent that mail, and before I sent this message, and this is the truth, I prayed, I said, Lord, I don't know, I never met Tracy. I don't have money to pay Tracy. But I'm going to send this message in faith. And I'm hoping for her to respond. Not only respond, but respond positively. And I sent it. The Monday morning, before 10 o'clock, I opened up my emails, and a PA sent me a message saying, not asking at that point in time anything. I said what it's all about, etc. And she said to me, Tracy says yes. And to me, I thought, ek gaan nie vir my so gou laat 'n kop aan sit nie. Ek sê vir myself, ek wil eers die move wil ek sien. Ek type 'n mail terug. Is hulle goed hier? Ek type 'n move terug. Ek sê, is there any possibility I can have a meeting with Tracy? Ek wil mos kyk as die goes is. En hulle kom terug, sy sê vir my, Tracy, no problem. How would you like it? Zoom or? Ek sê, maak nie my saakie. Anyway, we settled the Zoom, and I was at my cousin's place at the time, and I'm there in his upper room, and I said, Spencer, I just need to have your space here, man. And there I'm on the Zoom. Ooh, jy nou hierdie girl vir my. Tracy has got a problem because it's load shedding. Tracy kan nie inkom. Ek sê, dis 'n kaart die. Julle skiet my 'n kaart die. Julle moet nie kon try met load shedding nou nie. Maar almal bly mos vir Eskom vir alles nou. And lo and behold, I got the link, and there Tracy and I had a conversation, and when we ended the call, to say ek myself, daar sê no, eta. So that's the journey how we got Tracy. And you know, Tracy has just been a tremendous blessing. And I'll tell you why, because every time I've communicated with Tracy, with Yulene, her PA, it's just been a remarkable, you know, the response time is like instantly. And it tells me something of Tracy's heart. You know, sometimes we see people on TV and various other places, but it's not easy when you engage with these people personally. It's only then that you start seeing their heartbeat. And I can honestly say, Tracy, ek smeer nou nie jamming, maar ek sê maar net. Thank you so much for being here today. Let's give her one more time a big round of applause. Tracy Lang. So ja, Tracy, die couch is joune.
Okay.
En jy kan nou maak hier net wat jy wil.
Okay. Maar wie begin ons eerste?
Ek het dan vir jou die program gestuur.
Nee, ek wil vir jou kyk. Kom ons check, mos nou you cross checking, wie I'll cross check you. Kom ons kyk. Ek weet wat.
Ek is so bedrywig, maar anyway.
Come. Okay, so I must just tell you so I like doing this. Generally at any event that I'm involved with or that I'm a part of, generally on the day of the event, as I stop outside the venue, I tend to call the organizer and then I'll tell the organizer, oh goodness, something has happened. I can't make it anymore. Because I know they're stressed. You know, at that point, they are so stressed, they don't know what's going to happen. But yesterday, I happened to call Lance because I just needed some information. And as he answered the phone, I could hear him sounding very stressed. And I decided, you know what, this is my moment. And I said to him, Lance, I got bad news. I can't make tomorrow. That was the sound. Silence. Just went completely quiet. And I actually thought, yeah. And I went, Lance, I'm joking. Ek sê vir my, Tracy, ek het nog nie geweet wat om vir jou te sê nie, want ek wil kwaad geraak het, maar ek het ook geweet om kwaad te raak nie. Maar ek het met 'n klein bietjie uitgevang het, but you handled it pretty well. So I think, I just want to say, on that note, I think many of you know me for my flow jokes. I'm known, and for those that don't know, a flow joke. So Afrikaanse flow tee, you know, weak tea. Okay, so that's my jokes. It's stupid, it's lekker simple. You listen to it, you're like, yeah, Tracy, did you waste my time with this joke? And then I know you go home and you tell other people, you pretend not to laugh at my jokes, but I know you. Ek ken julle almal. Like, you know, they say men don't actually lie. It's just that women make them nervous and then they speak wrong. So that's actually what happens. So if Lance doesn't tell us the right name of the person that's coming now, it's just because I'm making you nervous.
All right, so I'm klaar met nervous nou. Ons ken mekaar nou, so ek is nou right. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and ladies, can we say that? Lekker. Let's welcome to our podium, Christophine Kearns, and she represents Drakenstein Municipality, and she's the work lady of Drakenstein. Your hands in mine.
Thank you, Lance. Hi, Tracy. Ja, Lance, ek moet vir jou sê en die ou studente sê, wow, ek het niks van dit verwag nie. Jy het my voete onder my uitgeslaan. Ek wil eerstens vir almal in hierdie saal sê, elke vrou, ek wil vir julle sê, julle lyk pragtig. Tracy gejok toe sy sê, dit lyk mooi, baie mooi van hier van vooraf net. Lance, ek het my siekbriefie gebring, so ek gaan van my siekbriefie afwerk. Eerstens wil ek die Hemelse Vader baie, baie dankie sê vir hierdie geleentheid. Want vir my is dit 'n besonderse voorreg om vandag almal in Drakenstein, die vallei, die mooiste dorp, 'n city van excellence, vir almal die vroue welkom te heet by Bergervier se wonderlike dag van vroue om te motiveer en te inspire. Ek wil dit sê, ek was die eerste my juffrou Bergervier 1989. Ek wil ook sê, ek is die eerste vrou in Drakenstein wat onder die top 4 vroue, die bekendste of ek sal sê die beste vrou in Drakenstein is. Ons is 4 op die raad wat geklassifiseer word as die 4 top van Drakensberg se bestuur. So dis jou burgemeester, jou onderburgemeester, en dan is dit jou speaker, en dan is dit jou chief whip, en dit is ek. Bergrivier, wel dan. Ek wil ook sê, miskien dink julle vandag, ek staan nie voor en breek, maar ek wil vir julle vandag sê, ek is trots as 'n vrou. Ek mag dit doen. Ons as vrouens moet trots wees op mekaar. Ons moet nie sê, wat het sy nou weer daarvoor gaan staan en breek nie. Want dan is jy 'n skande vir die vrou. Jy los ons vroue op die grond as jy een of ander van mekaar praat, ons as vrouens. En ek wil vir julle vandag sê, ek wil vir julle bemoedig deur vir julle te sê, kan ek gou net vinnig iets doen? Ek sien nou 'n lid van parlement ook hier, en ek het nou vergeet om vir Wendy Philander, sy is ook ons provinsiale Dawn voorsitter, ek wil net vir u sê baie, baie welkom hier vandag, en all protocol observed, ma'am, soos ons politicians maar sê. So, ek wil net ook vir julle vandag bemoedig, en dan wil ek ook, jammer, dit wil ek ook nog sê, as dat burgemeester gaan oor maandag vlieg in Nederland toe, en hy het vir my gesê, ek moet vir julle sê, klomp soentjies van hom af, en hy sê, wees net julle self vandag, wees die girl, wat die man na gekyk het, toe julle nog sexy was. So dit was sy boodskap vandag. So Alderman Conrad Pool het gesê, geniet julle dag. Vroue, van my kant af, as die chief whip van Drakensberg munisipaliteit, ag jouself as belangrik. Los die bagasie wat jy het in die hangkas. As jy bagasie het, kyk op. Dis jou enigste manier. Nie jou vriende nie, nie jou familie nie, nie jou ma nie. Jy moet net opkyk na ons hemelse Vader. Gebruik elke dag as 'n vrugbare tyd in jou lewe. Net jy kan vir jouself sê, wat jy met jouself wil doen, en wat jy van jouself wil hê. Onthou dit. En hoe mense jou behandel. Vroue, ons kan nie meer toelaat, laat manne met ons maak wat hulle wil nie. Julle sal moet opstaan vir julle self. Moet nie laat ons vir julle hoef te kom haal, daar wat ons gehaal wil word nie. Want party vroue wil daar gehaal word, wanneer hulle mishandel word. Staan op, jy is 'n vrou, jy's waardig, you're precious. Rise up, take a stand in life, live your life to the fullest. If God is with us, who can be against us? Baie dankie.
Baie dankie Christophine Kuns vir hy pragtige en inspirerende woorde.
Absolutely. And I think on that note, there was something that I read the other day where it said, how did God make woman? Not from the bone of Adam's head so that she can sit on his head, not from a bone from his foot so that she could be stepped on, but from a bone in his side to be seen as his equal and to be protected. And we need to remember that. We need to see ourselves as worthy enough of being protected, and we should never ever forget that. Shall we move on to our next guest?
Yes, please. So, all over to you.
Okay. Do you want to tell us who that is? I'm teasing you. Ek weet presies
Ek gaan nou
wat
loop.
kom ek.
Ek gaan nou loop.
Okay.
Ek is nog nie meer welkom hier. Over to you, Tracy.
Okay, perfect. Our next guest, I wonder if I should ask her to come up on the stage, or actually ask her to walk down the aisle because she also knows about modeling. She was Miss Rapport in 1980. Can you believe it? Here from Wellington. And she now resides in my hometown, Somerset West. Please, let's welcome to the stage Edwina Goff. So let's first sit. Ons gaan nou maak asof ons net tussen ons kuier. Like we're on TV, sit lekker, pour yourself a glass of water. Many of you have often asked, what are in those cups that we drink on TV? Water. Water, nothing else, just water. So yes, you may pour a cup. Edwina, while you do that, actually, I want to ask you a little bit about you growing up in Wellington. What was your formative years like?
Sure, my formative years. Very much like the start of this event today. Loud, confident, a lot of people, praising God. That's my formative years. We are all together, family always together. Everybody is family of one another. The town hall, very much a core and a key part of all our lives. My older brother, Michael, we were 6 altogether growing up here in Wellington. My parents are still living just behind us here. Both of them 87, 85. So family and the importance of family was core in my formative years.
And we can definitely see that because it definitely is still so very much a part of your life.
Yeah.
But now, I know, me coming from a small like Somerset West, I know Wellington is also considered a very small town.
Yes.
And often for us, we know that people tell you if you want to achieve anything, you need to make sure you get to the bigger cities, you need to get to town, you need to get to Joburg for things to happen.
Yeah.
And yet, despite that, you were from Wellington and you became Miss Rapport in 1980.
That's right.
That must have been so big, not just for you, but for the people from Wellington.
Indeed, indeed. It was indeed. In fact, at the time I was at the University of Western Cape, and the last thing you would want to do at that time is to be in the newspaper, Rapport Extra. Do you remember? Rapport Extra.
Okay, what was it? What was in extra? I wasn't born yet. Wasn't. What was extra?
You know, our community is the extra. You have Rapport with all the main news, with all the business news, and then you have extra. And that was mainly sold in the non-white, traditionally colored or black towns and townships. So that was the newspaper. So it was, in fact, Rapport Extra. But the newspaper, the national newspaper, the main newspaper owned the title. And they bought the title over from the Miss South Africa after they were kicked out from the world stage. So what was your question again?
Don't worry, that happens. All us women, we start answering, we keep talking all the way further.
Yeah, that's a very Wellington thing. You just continue with your own story.
No, don't worry, I got that. No, you can say whatever you want, actually. You go for it. Now, I just want to know what did it mean to you and what did it mean to the people of Wellington when you were crowned as Miss Rapport in 1980?
Now, the important thing about my journey was the fact that our mother, she's a very involved person. You don't want her on the stage. She will take your thunder. She will take whatever she can take. She takes the stage. She takes position. She projects herself, and she always pushed us and always encouraged us. And she's the one who entered me. I didn't enter myself. I just didn't want to. She sent in a picture of myself to the newspaper with her opinion and things about her. And next thing I knew, the newspaper reporters came out looking for me in Wellington, taking pictures of me. I, at the time, rebelled. You know what? I'm at UWC. It is 1980. What can I say? You qualify in throwing stones and things like that. So, yeah, at the time, so I, in fact, then ran away. Not ran away from home. I just disappeared from the house at the time, and they took pictures of my younger sister, who also became a finalist in the same competition. Wow. Yeah, she may be somewhere here today. But nevertheless, so it was my mother who encouraged us, and again, it comes back to the aspect that family life And mothers and fathers played a critical role, a pivotal role in our lives and in family life. And another thing, Auntie Dinah and Auntie Susie onder in die pad, they're all your parents. If they know your mother is working, jy kan nie kom te kere gaan in die pad nie. Hulle roep jou uit die pad uit en hulle sit jou op jou plek. That is how we grew up. That is how, this is now 1960s and so on, so just for those who was wondering. So yeah, that is what it meant. And then also, it wasn't just when I was awarded that crown, the title came to Wellington. In fact, the newspaper heading that Sunday morning was, "It is like Wellington won the Currie Cup." I'm sure it wasn't Edwina, it wasn't the LaCordia family, it was Wellington. And die burgemeester en die hele raad het die aand toe ek terugkom, was daar 'n partytjie wat die burgemeester en die raad van Wellington het vir ons almal met my hele gesin, al my broers en susters, was hier 'n viering gewees. Dit was nie ons sukses nie, dit was die mense van Wellington. En die mense van Wellington het my tot op vandag toe nog baie hoog op die hande gedra. En dit is nie net ek nie, dit is 'n familieding, dit is 'n identiteit van ons as Wellingtoners en van mense van hierdie dorp. So dit is wat dit beteken het. My heel eerste uitnodiging in 'n formele optrede en my amptelike optrede was hier in Wellington. Dit was hier in Wellington. So en deur my hele loopbaan en my journey het Wellington my ondersteun. So 'n besonderse voorreg. Absolute voorreg.
So you didn't just win, Wellington
Absolutely.
won.
My family and Wellington, the people of Wellington. Absolutely.
And I know you consider yourself a blessing to be a blessing,
Yeah.
which is absolutely beautiful and wonderful. But at that time, being so young, did you feel any pressure? Knowing that everyone, die oos nou op Wellington, jong, as gevolg van jou, trap jy nou skief, kyk dan gaan die hele Wellington op jou, almal gaan nou vir jou skel en bel. Ek noem dit maar net. Did you feel that?
Yes, indeed. But you know what? If you can live with my mother and father, you can pretty much survive everywhere. Those who know Michael and Sylvie, julle weet nie. So no, you can actually, and my parents gave us that. You know that you have a role to play. You know you are responsible. You know what is right and what is wrong. And yes, we do take chances. But at an early age, we were fortunate to have an understanding of our responsibility and what we had. And our parents, we are blessed by the fact that they've sent us all through tertiary education, despite the fact that my mum, for a big part of her life, was a domestic, and my father was a factory worker. And they had that foresight that education is critical. I mean, my brother, professor, full professor. It is, that for me is the blessing, and that is where we have the honor of coming from, understanding what you've been given, and understanding that those who have been given are responsible to give. And we have seen our parents give, serving on these kind of committees. My mother and father, for all their lives, were involved in community organizations, in the school, in the church. The Horticultural Society of that's in Wellington is 106 years old. My father is the honorary president at 87. At 83, he won every possible prize that you can have in this particular competition. My brother followed him up, and a few years in a row, he's the top achiever at the moment. And that is just his hobby. Most people don't even know that this professor grows flowers. So it is something that we have got from our mother and our father, and from, once again, it is this community. And we just didn't know the word, but we knew Ubuntu. We lived Ubuntu. We just didn't know the word.
Absolutely.
But that is who we were.
So beautifully said.
Thank you.
Now, I know you have a message of inspiration. I could still keep talking to you for a very, very long time.
Yep.
But you can bring us that
I enjoy
message,
it.
please.
So I have notes.
Oh.
It's not a sick leave note, it's a note, because being among my hometown, being home, You can carry on. So just to keep myself in check, I decided to bring my notes. Now, I was asked to speak on self-worth. The first thing I actually just want to say, I am so appreciative of the fact that I was asked to be here and to give an inspirational message. I am among amazing people, very motivational, inspirational, successful. So that is an honor for me in the first place. And then secondly, to ask me to share my ideas is indeed an immense honor. So I just want to recognize that. So the topic for me, know your worth, is a very big topic. It's broad, it's open, you can go long, you can go down deep rat holes and things like that. But for me, it is important, and also self-worth, for me, is a process. Getting to know it is a process. So for me, the best thing that I decided to do is to look how I want to present it, and my journey in terms of self-worth is to look at 3 sections. And I'm going to call it cases, crosses, and characters. And you can only say it in Afrikaans with Vuma.
Say it for us.
Koffers, kruise en karakters. Maar die vorige spreker het ook gepraat van cases, right, from baggage. So listen to this. So you can ask myself, firstly, let's look at cases, and in this situation, I'm looking at a suitcase. Now, just as a matter of interest, a suitcase is an empty vessel. But a suitcase full of stuff is baggage. It's called baggage. It's just a suitcase, but it's full of stuff. So what has that got to do with worth? And as I pondered on it, I came across a study, and evidence of the psychological study shows that a lack of self-worth is more often than not a result or effects from past hurts, disappointments, failures, some of those things. Rejection is a huge one. Rejection, being neglected as a child, those things can influence who you are at this moment. At this moment, you don't decide, I'm going to show lack of self-worth. It's the past things that affect you being here. And it blurs your outlook going forward. So in the ministry where I serve in Somerset West, I work with women in different areas and in different positions with women ministry. And I see in the women's ministry, over and over, I see that women walk around with these scars. And they have all of these things and stuff that had happened in their lives. And what do they do with it? What do they do with these things? They file it, they frame it, then it starts piling up, and then they start packing it in suitcases. And before you know it, they sit with baggage. Now what happens? Guess what happens now? They decide to go wherever they go, dragging these suitcases, this baggage with them. And it doesn't stop there. It doesn't stop there, So what happens? They get to situations and places, and they start handing out these trophies. They start handing it out to people they think deserve it. They deserve to know it. Completely deception. Handing out trophies and scars as if you need that in your life. So ladies, I've got news for you today, and I've got a challenge for you today. If you've got a suitcase, it's time to empty it out. It's time to open it and chuck it away and get rid of it. And really get rid of it. Not putting it in another suitcase or packing it in a nice bundle somewhere else on the table. Just get rid of it. And if you need help, I want to give you this advice. Ask for help. Ask the questions. Am I tired all the time? Do I not feel like coming to something like this? Am I challenged? Do you have to be dragged to come to something like this? Are you just not enjoying life? Then you should ask for help. Make a decision to identify these things that drags you down, that pulls you down. I went through stuff like that. I've seen my parents go through stuff like that. My leaders, my spiritual leaders go through stuff like that. Ask for help. Surround yourself with positive people and people who want to see you going up and going forward. Very critical. Choose the right people in your life. But remember, it's a process. Now, moving forward, personally, I want to share with you that I have been through many, many changes. And you come to a point where you say, in fact, my name has gone through some changes, but that's a story for another day. So, I came to a point at some stage and I said, is it really going to help? And I asked myself the question, who am I? Who do I want to be? Oh my goodness, who am I? So ask yourself that question. And for me, that was my crossroad, my kruispunt, soos kom by die kruise, right? And it was only when I discovered the real meaning and the real value of the cross in my life that I discovered my identity. My identity. And knowing my identity in Christ gave me the understanding of who I am. Ek is waardig, ek is kosbaar, ek is regverdig. I approach my day like that. Ek is waardig, ek is kosbaar, ek is regverdig. Everything about me, my worth, my value, my hope, my purposes, my choices flow from knowing my identity and what the cross did for me. And in the process of discovering that, I made a great revelation. Why I am precedes, I want to rephrase. The revelation I came to, who I am, precedes why I am and where I'm heading to. It's important. For me, that was a major breakthrough. But once again, remember, I want to say to you to remember it's a process. No big success comes overnight. And life is like that as well. Life is a process. It's a lifelong process. Now keep moving forward. I come to the third and the last point, which is characters. And I want to ask character or characters. I want to ask you some questions. What are the features and the characteristics that separates you, that distinguish you? What are your strengths and what are your weaknesses? Are you familiar with your strengths? Are you familiar with your own abilities? Are you familiar with your talents, your likes, and your dislikes? And I'm speaking to myself. If you don't know it, how can you expect someone else to know it? And how can you expect to be valued and to be asked to come into things if you don't know those things? So I want to encourage you to stay out of places and away from people that steal your joy. And remember, not every battle is your battle. I took a really long time. Ek is van Wellington, Tracy, sorry man. Yeah, as if there's a fight, as our fighters, nee. We are there, ons is daar, nee, julle verstaan. My parents is like that, don't mess with their children. They come to your house. They come to your house. So yes, I took a while to learn that. Not every battle is mine. No, at some point Wellington was rust, you weet. So, anyway, that was a great one for me. Anyway, so I want to give you my example. This is my last point, Tracy.
No worries.
We all know Apostle Paul. Apostle Paul, you know what, in the New Testament, he wrote most of the New Testament. 1 Corinthians 14. Apostle Paul said, women should be quiet in church. Now, talking about fights, now remember I had to learn the process. Now, hearing this statement, and you know what, so often I came in a situation where people debate this and they fight over this and you are challenged, the churches are challenged, etc. And then I've learned not every battle is mine. And I also learned not everybody wants the truth. Not everyone is comfortable with the truth because you know what? That person is still going through a process. And respect that. I had to learn to respect that. They're going through a process. That's okay. But then I've learned also, okay, I'm not going to get into this fight, but I am going to make it more interesting and I will ask people, okay, well then tell me, why did God tell Moses, be silent? Exodus 14, verse 14. Why did Zechariah, the father of John the Baptist, why was he told in Luke 1, verse 20, you will not say one word again? Angel Gabriel. And he was silent and dumb 9 months, as long as Elizabeth carried John, because Zechariah just won't get in line with God. So God says, okay, fine, shut up for 9 months. Okay, so that was not all. Joshua told God's people in Joshua 6, verse 10, you will not, a single word will not come from your mouths. Not a single word will come from your mouths. Why? Because they were murmuring, they were complaining, and he said, not a single word from your mouths. And that was 6 days. The 7th day they took over Jericho. Now, sometimes we need to present the truth. It's important. But what is more important is know your own truth, because nobody can debate with you about your own truth. Know your own truth. And may I encourage you to be true to yourself. Be committed to your process. Be committed to that process and be steadfast about who you are, why you are, and where you're heading. This is an unknown, somebody wrote this, and I unfortunately don't know who wrote this. The woman you are becoming, unfortunately, may cost you people, it may cost you relationships, it may cost you spaces and places. But choose that woman above everything else. Thank you.
Edwina Goff, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very, very much. Just incredible. Thank you. Thank you. You can take your yes, take your water. You need that. Baie gepraat, ja. You know, she reminds me of the flow joke I shared yesterday. You know, about emptying your cases. Yeah. Get rid of those slippies in your wallet, ne? Just saying. Allei slippies, gooi het weg. Hoe still got slips? Ja, kyk dan slippies nog in julle sak, ne? Beersies is vol, mense. Beersies is vol. But you know, that is incredible, and I'm glad what you mentioned. I think it's so easy for us as women to often just look past what makes us amazing. And it's an exercise I do quite often at many of the women's mornings that I host, where I make the people at the tables where they sit, and I make them write their names at the top of a piece of page and send that around. And everyone at the table must write something good and something that stands out about you. And it's amazing when they read that afterwards, when they go, I never knew this is what people see or think of me. And I think, do that. Take the time in the next week or the next time you go out with your friends, when you go, okay, cool, let's just go have a drink. Maybe be more intentional with your time. Just go for 30 minutes before we start. Let's just sit, write what is great about each other, and sit back and see what that does for you. And take it in. Breathe it in and go, this is what makes me amazing. We've got a bit of entertainment now, Lance.
That's right, Tracy. So we promised the people that we want to keep it, lekker. We're going to have some good news that came along, and now we're going to have a good time. And I can't think of somebody else better than to provide this entertainment that's next. Do you think you know who that person is?
I know definitely who it is. He was actually on TV the other day as well.
Okay.
And I know it was one of my mom's friends who had just moved to Cape Town, and she's from Durban, and she said, yo, Lockman, who's this Lockman guy? It's a very nice guy, Lockman, who's this Lockman?
Yeah, so...
En toe met my ma nou eers verduidelik, wie is Lockman? En dit is nie Lockman nie.
So yeah, maybe must we get Lockman on here?
Let's get Lockman.
Ladies and gentlemen, look by Adams. Lockman.
Hey. Alweer, die meeste van Wellington, hoe is het? Yo. Het was lang om hier te komen, maar ook zoals je ziet, het voelt soms labarang, allemaal like mooi. De lashes daar, de hair is gedaan. Slam het willen. Kan ze een beetje dansen? Oh, get away, get away, get away is all I wanna do. A little get away with you. So Hello, right after. Oh, yeah. Oh, get away, get away, get away. It's all I wanna do. Spend a little time with you, yeah, baby. Oh, Carlos Sanz. Hey, I'm a man, I'm a man, I'm a man. Lovely one, babe, lovely one, babe. Nobody samba, see I'm babe, see I'm babe. Dance is right, I'm a man, I'm a man. Lovely one, babe, lovely one, babe. Nobody samba, see I'm babe. Say I'm bad. Nothing better, we together, and it feels like, and I love kicking with you, babe. It's all I wanna do. Nothing better, we together, and it feels like, and I love kicking with you, baby. It's all I wanna do. I'm a man, I'm a man, I'm a man. Lovely one day, lovely one day. Say, we samba, samba. See I'm there, see I'm there. I'm a man, I'm a man, I'm a man. Lovely one, oh, lovely one, see I'm there, see I'm there. Okay, we've got some ground rules. Sien almal verstaan. No, stay there, stand up, stand up. Some ground rules, okay. Voor ons aangaan, ons kan ons enjoy, but daar's 'n paar rules. En is die. Ons sak laag, ons gaan op, ons gaat links, ons gaat rechts, ons staan op, ons staan op, ons staan op een plek. Kan zo. Ons sak laag, ons gaat op, ons gaat ons gaat rechts. Ons dans op een plek, ons dans op een plek, ons dans op een plek. Super cool nou dat je, doe het lekker, hoe je het is gewoon. En drop in low, hoe je het niet binnen. Zwaai dat leven, die bloed is jongen. Is jongen, super cool nou dat je, hoe je het is. Hoe je het is gewoon. Drop it low, hoe je het niet binnen. Zwaai dat leven, die bloed is jongen. Is jongen, super cool nou dat je. Dankie Wellington. Julle gaan my nie glo nie. Julle gaan my nie glo nie, but my eerste girlfriend was actually van Wellington. It was my first relationship. Ek was about 4 jaar oud. En ek het Wellington toe gekom en sy het my aangekyk en gesê, "Look man," she used to call me "Look man." I said, "What baby?" She's actually here van but ek wil nie. Sy sê, "Look man, jy moet jou iets sê." Ek sê, "Wat is verkeerd met baby?" Sy sê vir my, "I had to meet you here today. There's just so..." She said, "Please don't stop me till I'm through. 'Cause this is something I hate to do." She said, "It's gonna hurt me, I can." She said, "Maybe you'll find another guy." She said, "Take my handkerchief and wipe your eye." She said, "Look man, let's just kiss. Look man, let's just and say goodbye. But it is okay now. I moved on. I'm in a much better space. Wat sê bylike gesond? En nou, as ek met my kibbers en my kibbers en my, look man, that's all right. Come to me. I said to Masika, she said, look man, baby, listen to me. She said, I would take the stars out of the sky for you. Stop the rain from falling if you ask me to. I'd do anything for you, your wish is my command. And I would move a mountain if your hand is in my hand. Ooh, words could not express how much you mean to me. There must be some other way to make you see. If he takes my heart and soul, you know I pay the price. Cause everything that I possess, I'd gladly sacrifice. Oh, you to me are everything, the sweetest song that I could sing. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. To you, I guess I'm just a cloud who picks you up each time you're down. Oh, baby. Hey, oh, baby. You give me just a taste of love to hold my world apart. You know you got the power, going to keep me holding on. So now you got the best of me. Come on and take the rest of me, oh baby. Change of key. Wellington, please sing with me. Oh, yeah, yeah. You to me are everything. Song that I can sing, oh baby. I'll pick you up, oh baby. Let me hear them sing. And you to me. Wellington, speel sagter, ek wil nie vallen. And you sing. Stop it. Kyk die jelle moet opbou. Kyk die jelle moet opbou. As niks met jou te doen nie. See the song that I could sing, oh baby. Yeah. Julle daar agter, julle dans so lekker daar agter. Julle skit alles. Soos ek kyk as wil ek net sing. Wys my jou lemoene op jou boerpampoene. Ek wil so graag ander op jou koude peskes onder die moederwenters. Sal dit definitief wil proef op jou wys my jou lemoene op jou boerpampoene. Ek wil so graag ander voel op jou koude peskes over die moederwenters. Sal dit definitief. You wanna bomb? You wanna chill with the big boys? Cuts! Let me see how it pink out. He's a liquor. Passion and nuts. Beat your majesty, son. Beat your majesty, son. Tell me when will you be mine? Tell me quando we can share a love divine. Oh my darling, tell me when will you say Tell me quando you mean everything to me. Oh my darling, tell me when. Every moment today, every day seems a lifetime. Let me show you the way to make your way from me. I can one thing, shoulders up, hand gestures, let's go. Every moment today, every time. Let me show you the way. To think of the other way. I could amen now. Tell me quando is it me that you adore? Oh my darling, tell me when. Oh my darling, tell me when. Oh my darling, tell me when. Wellington, you guys have been amazing. Lala, let's go on. Oh my darling, oh my darling, tell me when.
Lukman Adams, ladies and gentlemen.
Lukman. Wys met jou lemoene.
He never disappoints. Never, ever, ever. Just incredible. Always, always so happy.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it one more time up for Lukman Adams. All right, Tracy, so I think let's roll.
Yes, let's move on to our next guest. Now, I know our range, the age range of everyone that's attending here today, and also those watching at home or wherever it is that you are watching from, perhaps at work, stealing the Wi-Fi there. I know we are different ages, of course, and that's why we wanted to make sure that we speak to as many different women from different age groups today. Now, our next guest has had many successful hits here in South Africa. A couple of weeks ago, she performed at the DHL Stadium for the semi-finals and the finals of the URC competition, and her new single is out now as well. But I can tell you this too, she's from Paul, nog 'n Bolandse meisietjie, te lekker, nog 'n Bolandse meisietjie. And she is heading to the UK very soon. Let's welcome to the stage, Amy Jones.
Give it up for Amy.
Ja, julle wil tog weer 'n klap maar weer. Amy Jones, so much to speak about, and I know you're going to perform for us as well today. I just said you're this young girl from Paul who has achieved so much already. And I know from a young age you said you will make your mark in the world. Did you know how you would do this? Or was it just one of those things that you said because you knew in some way it was just going to happen?
Well, I knew that I loved music. So somehow I think it would be in music from the age of 4 or 5. So I think, yeah, that's when I said I want to make my mark in the world. Maybe it'll be modeling, maybe it'll be singing, but yeah.
You knew it was definitely going to happen. Then you discovered in your teens that you do have a bit of a knack for songwriting.
Yes.
And that led you to eventually participate in Idols, where you hit the top 16?
Top 16, yeah.
Top 16, which is great, 2013, come on, top 16 from all over South Africa, which is amazing. That is quite an achievement. How old were you when this happened?
So I was 20, but I actually auditioned 4 times. So that was my 4th time that I actually made it through to the top 16. I always got a no. And then I just went back. I told my parents, nee, ek wil work op my stage, I'm gonna go. And then, yeah.
Aanhouer wen.
Yes.
And it's something I tell young people quite often when I speak to them, when I go, keep going, keep asking. That's how I managed to get where I am today, because you keep going, and then if that one door closed, you're like, okay, cool, where's the next one now? Then you walk around the corner, you keep going.
Yeah.
But now, okay, so at this point, 4th time, and now you're going, gosh, I made it far. I'm in the top 16, and you don't make it to the end. How great was that disappointment for you?
That was quite big. Hey, I love shopping, and my mom died. Amy, kom, ons gaan shopping. Nope, I don't want to go. I don't want to shopping. And I actually thought people will forget about me because I wasn't much on TV. And my mom said, Amy, you never know what can happen from this, you know? And she said, this is just a stepping stone for you. And you might not see it now, but you'll see it later. And we went to Sun City that year. After I got out of the competition, we went to Sun City for a week. And I couldn't even have breakfast because people just wanted photos and autographs. I wasn't used to that at all. And then my mom said, "Sien Amy, kyk nou, you know." So she just like kept motivating me. And it was a really big disappointment. But I look back now and it was just God sent. Definitely the timing of it all was just perfect.
Now, I know it's one thing to obviously go through that and then to sit in a place and people coming to you and take pictures, but you would have to do the work daily to get yourself past that disappointment.
Yeah.
What is it that you did to get yourself to a point of going, okay, so that has happened, that door closed, but okay, let me, pull up my socks and just keep going again.
Yeah, I kept my heart and my eyes in the Word of God. And I just had to keep on holding on to the promises of the Lord, knowing that He still has good intentions for my life, and He wouldn't give me this gift to, maybe it wasn't the plan to win, because we all have our time in the sun and there's a place for everybody. So why should we go into a competition to win? And then God just also reminded me, Amy, you are set apart, and your time will come, but just be patient and keep on keeping on.
So now you make this decision, I'm going to keep going because I've got this talent. I know God has got me.
Yeah.
But having the talent is one thing. Now the work has to come with that.
Yes.
You've got the work ethic and now you've decided, great, I'm taking this journey. Was it easy then? Did things just happen overnight?
No, it didn't happen overnight. It was definitely a long, long journey. In the time of dropping out of the competition, I signed a 5-year contract with a managed company, and that company didn't even exist at the time, and I was 20 and I didn't know. And that's where I think I was 23, so 3 years down the line, and they kept telling me, just keep on writing music, Amy, your time will come. And that's what I did, because I knew that my music was meant for the world, so I just kept on writing and writing. And people were asking me, but when are you going to be in the radio? Like, you signed with this company, nothing is happening. And then I met Lean Wilcock, who's now my manager, and he then said, Amy, I think I must just get involved here, and if you don't mind, as your spokesperson. He got involved in the company, and then later on he said, things aren't happening here, they're not doing a great job here. And then he managed somehow to get me out of the contract, and we found out that the company was not even registered, so it was just the whole thing of the enemy just trying to hold me back a little. Delaying the whole process of what God had in mind for me.
And it's easy to lose faith then. When you go,
Yes.
it's one thing after the next that's bringing you down.
Yeah, so then Lee said, Amy, I want to start my own thing. I remember I was at Color Conference, and I just felt a shift in my heart that something different has happened. And I messaged Lee and I said, did something happen? Like, I just feel the shift happened. And he said, no, he decided that he wants to do his own thing, and he doesn't know anything of the music industry. He comes from a water and a juice flavor company, and he said, I'm gonna just start something, and if you're willing to step out in faith with me, let's start something together. And we started Jireh Productions, and that's Jehovah Jireh, God a provider. And we didn't have anything. I had no insight. Lee didn't have any knowledge as well. We only had an exam pad, and he said, write down your goals. What do you want to do? And I said, well, I want to just be on radio once, and I just want to be on Espresso once, and I want to meet Mikasa, and I want to meet you also, I want to meet Tracy Lang. And that was like on the list. And he said, okay, let's see what we do. And then 5 years and 6 years now this year, and look where we are.
How incredible is that?
Yeah.
But you know what's amazing is that in this week, I actually went down a bit of a rabbit hole of numerology, because I was preparing for another interview that I needed to do. And what I found is that a lot of people don't know this, but this year is it's the 6th year. If you add the numbers of 2022, it adds up to the number 6. And this week, it was the end of the 6th month of this year, which is now the 6th year. You just touching on 6 years. We had Edwina earlier mentioning the number 6 as well. And I don't know if you know this, but the number 6 is the number for everything is perfect and complete.
Oh, wow.
Because God created the world in 6 days. And I find it interesting that throughout this day, this is what's coming up all the time. And now you were saying the same thing.
Yeah.
6. In
Wow.
6 years, that's what happened. And I want us to take a look back at the past 6 years, because I think it's very easy to sit down and go, nothing is happening. I'm working every day. I'm doing whatever it is that I need to do every day, and I'm not seeing anything happening. But how important is it to take a step back and look at where you've come from?
Yeah, it's really, really important. I sometimes, I tell Lee often, I think we need to just sit back, and this is opportunity that came, but 2 years ago we were praying for this opportunity, and here it is. And then you just thank the Lord, and I think just to always remain thankful, no matter the opportunity, to just remain thankful and just to make the most of every opportunity. But yeah, it's so important to look back and not to see oh gosh, this is where I was, this is what I've done, but to see like how far you've come and how much you've grown.
Yes.
It's very important, yeah.
And that is kind of what your new song is about.
Yes.
Tell us more.
That is basically what my new song is about. So the song is called Waiting for Me. And one Sunday morning, I went to my home studio and I picked up my guitar and I just played around a bit, and then the words just came and the melody came. And I told Lee, I think this is the next song. Because the song is basically, it says a little bit about my life and my journey. And it's a piece of my heart that I'm sharing to the world, how it wasn't easy. As a kid, I wanted to sing and I loved singing. And there were people who said, but you're not so good as Cindy or Miranda or, And it's not nice to hear that as a kid when you really have this dream. Like, I think I can be someone, in this world. And I think I kept pushing, and I knew that something is waiting for me, that the best days are still yet to come. And that's where the song came.
So that is what you're going to be performing for us today.
Yes, and another little extra song.
Is that the song
well.
that you performed this morning on radio?
Yes.
Okay, just so you know, no one else has heard the song yet unless you listened to radio this morning. And you've not performed the song anywhere yet.
No.
Which means you're the first. How awesome is that? How fantastic is that? Which is just amazing.
Yeah.
Before we get there and we allow you to perform, you are heading to the UK in August.
Yes.
What's
in
happening
5
there?
weeks. So I am singing at a Shrewsbury flower show. It's the 133rd one, and it's their first one since COVID. So I'm the only act for the weekend, and it's a big festival. Over 50,000 people, they come to this festival.
Mense van Parel speel hier, hoor. Kyk, hulle speel glad hier. Amy Jones, you are incredible, but now you would like to hear her perform, right? Amy
Right.
Jones, stage is yours.
Okay, thank you. Oh, and this is Lee, if you don't know, this is Lee. So this song is called I Need Your Love. And I wrote this song in lockdown because I didn't know if things will go back to normal again. And I had to hold on to something. And God was just like, hold me close, Amy. So I don't know what season you're in, but maybe this song is exactly what you needed to hear. Even in the stillness, I hear your voice. Even in the tough times, I feel your pain. I know it can't be easy when everything fails, but I want you to see me, 'cause I'm still the same. I know you doubt with fear and disbelief, but I need you now, so I need your love, and I need your heart to be close to me. 'Cause I won't ever leave, ever leave, ever leave you. Stop running in circles and open your eyes. 'Cause life goes up and down, round and round as time goes by. I keep searching for you in between all of my thoughts, yeah. I'll be waiting for you. And through those lies, I'll be your truth. I need your love, and I need your heart to be close to me, close to me. 'Cause I won't ever leave, ever leave, ever leave you. I need your love, and I need your heart. Oh, I need you. Don't say goodbye like it's the last time. 'Cause I'm here for you, even after I die. There's no goodbye. Thank you. All right, so do you guys like that one? So that will come out later in the year, and so you've heard it first. All right. The thing I love about music is that it can take you back to a place, or it can take you back to a place where you think, wow, I never thought I still needed healing, or I needed to wait for this or that, you know. And it's a beautiful thing what music can do, and music can bring people together, and it can create beautiful, beautiful memories and moments. And this next song, Waiting for Me, whenever I sing it, I'm reminded of when I was a little kid and when I used to stand on the couches and sing. And now I'm actually going to the UK. And for those of you who still have a dream, and even though you are 50, even though you're 35, even though you are 29, you know, you can still dream. And you can dream big, because we serve an even bigger God. So this song is also, today I heard that it was a new entry on the KFM Top 40 at number 33. So you'll hear the song a lot more, but hopefully you'll get to sing along as well. But this is Waiting for Me. And you're more than welcome to stand up and have a good time. Shake your legs a bit, skit your biscuit, okay? All right, here we go. This is Waiting for Me. I remember when you said, this dream I have is all in my head. I used to fight for what I believe. Now it is my destiny. Say goodbye to that little girl, just let her fly and see the world. 'Cause I got places to see. So many people waiting for me, waiting for me.
I remember when I tried to reach for the stars in the sky. I never thought that I would. With all your words, it ain't good. But here I am, living my life to the full. Say hello to this grown-up girl. Just let her fly and see the world. 'Cause I got places to see. So many people waiting for me. I got places to go. So many cities far away from home. Step by step, day by day, I grew, holding on to what I always knew. Through all my flaws, all my fame, I would choose it all again, all again. I got places to see, so many people, so many people. I got places to see, so many people waiting for me. I got places to go, so many cities far away from home. Waiting for me, waiting for me. Thank you so much.
Amy Jones, ladies and gentlemen. Just incredible. Powerful story and also just a powerful voice. And quite frankly, I want to take a selfie with her and us all in the background. Can we do that? Okay, let's see if we can get everyone in. Make sure that you wave. Yay! Amy Jones, all of the best. Waai die vlag vir ons hoog daar in die 4K. Drink delicious water. And that's as far as my accent goes. Ek gaan niks anders try nie, asseblief tog los net verder. Lance, are you on, Lance? Come
I
here.
am on.
Okay, we've got prizes to give away.
Yeah, I thought, everybody was entertained so much, dat lekker geluister na goeie entertainment, goeie praatjies. Ons het 'n paar geskenke daar so, Tracy, wat ek gedink het ons miskien kan weggee. Ek wil nie alles weggee nie. Die rede vir daai is, ek wil vir my vrou so 2 terug al. Sy het vir my gehelp met baie dinge, toe sê ek vir haar, moenie worry nie, die grootste een is dat ek agter die couch.
Of is dit die couch? Die couches is mooi, né? Baie mooi.
Ek wil net sê, dit kom met die komplimente van Full House, né?
Ja.
That's how we roll. So ja, as jy 'n couch maak hier, praat met my. Sê maar net. So Tracy, let's give away a prize or two. So maybe I just want to go over here. Ek gaan nou Father Christmas try wees. So I'm going to give one of these vouchers to you, Tracy. Yeah, maybe we can give away both of them. So I'm not even sure what is in here. But we have been blessed by people that came on board and just said, listen, man, we would like to give you guys a nail. Is it a nail? Is it peddy or a medi of a mammy of a caddy or what? Noem hulle die goedes.
Sê nou wat dit is 'n peddy.
'n caddy. 'n caddy weet ek is 'n ding wat jy ry. Wat is?
No, you were right. It's a caddy. They're going to give you a nail caddy.
Okay, it's a nail caddy. Maybe can we open it? Ek wil graag weet. Ek wil net weet. Mr. Lagadia, can you maybe just open this one? I just want to know what's in here. Net nog ek is weer 'n wietetjie. And Mr. Cavanillas, open that one for us, please. Tracy, now I don't know how we're going to give this away. Have you got any idea how we can give it? Also, to buy it.
Okay, so shall we give away those 2 vouchers now and another one? And then how about we get...
Okay, cool. So it looks like It's times 2.
Oh, yes. 2 vouchers is a Serene Ramjumia cosmetologist.
Wow. I would never have pronounced it so beautiful.
Just try. Just make an oran and then you're good to go.
Serene Ramju. And what's that?
Mia.
Mia. It's like Mia, or is it Mia? Is it cosmetologist?
Yes, that's correct.
Wow, can I get a prize for that?
Yes, you deserve that. You got it.
Okay, so Tracy, what are we gonna? Yeah, how can we give away this prize? Let's maybe ask somebody in the audience if they can say maybe what was Amy Jones' latest
Song.
song? Oh, ons
Okay, wie was
was
die?
80?
Wie was die?
Nee,
Ai,
begin weer
julle
van
het
vooraf.
eens gepraat nou. Ek het gekyk in jou rigting. Hallo, she wasn't even speaking and then when I said who was that, she put up her hand.
Sy kan sommer sien wie's die mense wat jy mekaar in die klas was. En hier sit die professors in die hoofde. Hy was dit jy mekaar kinders. Kan sien, hulle was nou weer die A-graad mense.
I think you said. Who was it?
Who was the person?
There we go. The first
Okay.
voucher is yours. There we go.
Let's give her a big round of applause.
Yes. Great. Nice and easy. Okay. Then we're going to give away the second voucher as well, and I think then you can grab a third prize.
Yeah, we can grab it. I want to say that the value of this voucher is 250 Rand.
Very nice.
Wow, so congratulations. Thank you so much. Geniet het.
Ja, geniet het.
But, ja, ons kan die selfie later organise, nee?
Ja, nee, ons reël daai nou.
Okay, we're going to give another one away.
Van wie nou weer, sê gou weer?
Shireen Ramju Mia.
Okay, beautifully said. Okay, where is Amy Jones going?
Nee, Tracy, ek gaan nie weet nie.
Okay.
Moenie skree nie, man.
Okay, eerst een wat opspring.
Ek het vir jou gesê, die is nie die mekaar klas nie.
Ons kyk gou verby hulle blok gou daar.
Professor Tuli, you've got to just educate them in your speech. Just tell them to become calm.
Please. Okay. New question. How many times did she audition for Idols?
And you need to jump. Oh!
I think it was at the back that was up first. Come on to the front.
Is it 4 or 4? I'm just trying to understand, is it 4 or 4? Man, wat is nou reg? Okay, 4. Ons gaan maar met 4.
Ons gaan met 4, is fine.
All right.
Shame, she doesn't have to
Kom ons
come
gee
up
haar
on
lekker
stage
hande
again.
klap.
Ja, lekker hande klap.
Ja, man, jy weet
Klap
op die
het
hoogte
twee.
kom
Here we
nie.
go. Looking fabulous.
With the compliments of Serene Ramju Mia.
Yes, there we go. One last prize. Very quickly, I need you to think about this a little bit more.
Look, yeah, I'm from Full House, so I want to give something away from Full House.
Now this.
So this is
go.
to the value of like $400. So that's a hair dryer and so it's a hair pack.
Yeah.
Is it called a tong?
Nope.
A hair dryer and a straightener?
Well done.
Oh, wow.
You got this. You got this.
So there's a Sunbeam hair care pack with the compliments of Full House finishes. What would the question be?
I think I want you to work just a little bit harder for this. Who can share with me their favorite motivational quote?
By the raise of your hand.
Oh, that was the lady right at the top on the
balcony.
Yes, you. Would you be able to make? How fast can you make your way down?
Jy het letterlik 'n paar sekondes.
Nee. Maar ek praat van daai dame aan die kant.
Oh, jammer. Dit was sorry, dame in die middel. Dame, nee, jy nie, sorry. Dis daai dame.
Daai een daar.
Wat een is dit nou?
Okay, is daar nie nog 'n prysie?
Okay, kom jy
Okay,
al twee.
kom al twee van julle.
Kom al twee.
Kom al twee.
Ek voel nou amper soos Oprah.
Ja nee.
You get one, jy laat my kry ene.
Almal, okay. Kyk, hulle altyd moet vir ons hulle motiveer en dan gee ons vir altyd dieselfde prys.
Ja, ek gaan vir elkeen van hulle so stel gee.
'n hair pack hier.
'n hair pack.
Hair dryer and a straightener, which is very nice. Hulle is nogals lekker vinnig met trappe en alles. Kom ons
Ja.
gee vir hulle 'n applaus terwyl hulle hier so die gang
Wow.
gestap kom.
So ja. As ek nou weer wil sien, wil ek nie bollas meer sien nie, hoor.
Wag, hulle moet dis die quotes gee. Okay. So voor julle sê, stel julleself net voor aan almal, julle name van waar julle is en dan sê julle vir my en dan deel julle quote, né?
Ek is Karen Pfeiffer. Ek is van die Kaap, ek en Lukman is van die Plein, vir Divativity. En ja, ek is ook een MC en my stage naam is Queen K. So ja, daar is ek. Myne is, no matter what, life goes on. So moenie as jy val, bly val nie, en bly sit die staan op. No matter what, life goes on.
Hallo, ek is Efton September. Ek is nou nie 'n MC nie. En ek is van die Peppies. My favorite motivational quote is ook 'n verse is Philippians 4 verse 13. I can do all things through Christ who gives me strength.
Amen, sister.
Daar het jy dit. Lekker lig en maklik. You can take your seats again.
Enjoy.
See.
Tracy?
So yes. You see?
I think maybe, yeah, what you
You
were gonna
decide. Go.
No, you were going to say?
Nope. I'll wait for you, sir. You are my boss.
Ek het nie geweet, die mense van TV is so moeilik. He. Okay, so we have decided, Tracy het my gesê, sy wil net ietsie gaan drink, maar is water. Is water is skoon. Is nie waar nie.
Just like how I'm being said. Tracy het gesê sy wil iets gaan. Ek het niks gesê nie. Let it just be known I did not say a
Ek het
thing.
gedink sy sê. Daar was guys in. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have just a 10-minute break, so you can just stretch your legs a bit, and we'll be back after this.
Shall we make it? I know it's now 7 minutes past 5. Okay, I'm on radio, so I'm very punctual with time. So that's why I think we just want to be clear. Shall we make it back here at 20 past 5? Is that fine?
All right, but we need to...
5:20. 20 minute oor 5.
Asseblief.
We got that.
Dankie vir julle samewerking. Lekker.
I just wanna feel good every day. I wanna wear a smile upon my face. I wanna feel the joy of the day. I wanna feel alive in every moment. Said I won't waste time on feeling blue. I won't waste time on things I cannot change. I'm gonna live this day.
we cue the music? Could I ask everybody please to take your seats? We're about to start within the next 2 minutes. Could I ask everybody please to start taking back your seats? We would like to start within the next 2 minutes. Thank you so much for your cooperation. All right, thank you so much for your cooperation. We have just a few ladies still taking their seats before we're going to proceed with the next half of our program. Baie dankie vir julle samewerking. Dames, nog 1 minuut en dan gaan ons begin. Maybe while people are still making their way back to the seats, I just want to gauge, are you still having a nice time? Ja, het julle 'n lekker tyd? Okay, like my Afrikaans klink seker beter as Engels. Okay, Serene sê, "Baas het lekker?" Okay, Serene, het werk. Alright, so ons kyk of die dames nog so 'n oomblik om hulle sitplekke in te neem. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, so we're back with the second half of our program, and we want to say thank you so much for working with us and making the program, easy on us, because sometimes it can be quite difficult, if people don't give their cooperation. So bye, thank you for that. So, Tracy, over to you.
Indeed. Okay, it seems like everyone is here. Is Amaliso? Hi, Jana. Julle wat hierso is, sê ja, julle weet of jy ander mense hierso is nie. Maar okay, julle is maar okay, sal maar sê julle is hierso. Maar ek dink almal is nog ingeskakel. Those watching from wherever else, trust me, we are going to continue now with the show because we are getting to, can you believe, the end of the day? Yeah. Shoo! Okay. We are heading towards 6 o'clock and we want to make sure that everyone can still get home in good time and dat julle nou vir julle mans en al julle vriende kan gaan skinder oor die dag en julle selfies kan aanstuur en gaan post, né? Okay, gaan julle post op social media? Het julle al klaar gepost? Okay, as julle nog nie gepost het, dink dit gou. If you post, and you tag me, ek wil net hê julle moet my tag, dan kan julle nog pryse wen. Sien? I'm just saying. Okay, so I think let's get into this. Now, before I sit down, you will understand why I'm sitting down and why I'm here at the bottom, but for now, I think to start, I'm going to introduce it while I'm standing for all of you seated at the back, okay? So a couple of months ago, I got an email from someone. And she said to me, Tracy, my mother wrote a book. It will be launching next week. Please, can you attend? And she told me what the book was about. It was about a mother's journey with neuromyelitis optica. Have you ever heard of this? No, neither had I. Now, because I was going to be working on that day. Of course, I couldn't attend. But NMO, or this very interesting name, neuromyelitis optica, it piqued my interest. As you heard, I have to do a lot of research because of the work that I do. So by default, if I see something interesting, I go, okay, cool, let's see what this is about. And when I started researching neuromyelitis optica, I became more and more in awe of this woman and what she has probably achieved up until then. Not knowing that despite the fact that I couldn't be at her book launch, that I would actually have the great privilege of interviewing her today here. Her name is Serene Paul, so please put your hands together. So, okay, Serene, let's first start with NMO, or neuromyelitis optica. What is this?
Hello to everybody. Thank you, Lance, and the alumni for inviting me here today. Tracy, it's also a privilege for me to sit alongside you. Tracy was earlier on close to my cheek this year. That is how close she came to me earlier. So on a serious note, neuromyelitis optica, when I heard the name, I thought, what do I have? And it's a very, very rare autoimmune disease that attacks your nervous system. And in school, you would learn that what your legs does, what your arms does, what your eyes does, how everything works together. And your nervous system is actually headquarters. Your nervous system tell all your other, your legs, your arms, your eyes, what to do, when to do it, and it talks, whatever the brain says, it does that. So my nervous system was attacked, and I was put on a reset mode. My body was put on a reset mode. That is the easiest way of explaining. That
So
is
what
what
does that mean?
neuromyelitis is.
If it's on reset mode, what does that mean?
Yeah, from the one day being able to the basic thing of brushing your teeth to the next day, not knowing where to find your teeth, by lifting your hand to go to your mouth. All of that has been erased. It's like a memory loss. You have forgotten to do anything, whatever you did 24 hours, or in this case, 72 hours earlier, that is how quickly you can't do nothing.
So suddenly everything is just gone. So
Yeah.
someone pressed Control Alt Delete.
Exactly. I was a reset. It was, it was dark. It was like load shedding. It was off immediately.
But it didn't come back on in this case.
And the doctors' pessimism, when they spoke to me, they said that the healing of people that's got neuromyelitis optica, 1/3 heal, 1/3 heal with a lymph, and 1/3 don't heal at all. So there's a 1/3 chance of healing.
How old were you when this happened?
40 years old.
40 years old.
Yeah.
And suddenly everything had changed. Now, if you're saying everything changed within 72 hours, and we're going to get into that now because that's the title of your book, what made you realize something was wrong?
A year before the massive attack that I had in September of 2020, a year before that, I had pins and needles. After I had backache, I went to the doctor. I had backache, and I told the doctor I had backache, and he must give me an injection. That is what we do, because I had to go back to work. And the backache was gone the same evening, and the 2 days thereafter, I started getting new, pins and needles in the left side of my body. And my journey started to go find out what is wrong. Why am I getting pins and needles? And I picked up that the pins and needles was just after the backache. And that is actually how neuromyelitis crept in. Years before then, I had rheumatoid arthritis that nobody could also diagnose. When they tested for neuromyelitis, I had all the symptoms of rheumatoid arthritis, and nobody could confirm, by diagnosis it was RA. And that was all the events that took me to neuromyelitis. So it was RA, rheumatoid arthritis, and then years after that, pins and needles, and a devastating attack happened in September of 2020.
After an already tough year,
Yes.
just bearing in mind what had happened with 2020, it
With
was
the
with
COVID.
with the lockdown, with everything, and then suddenly this hits you,
Yes.
and you now find out that you have NMO, and it happened over a period of 72 hours,
Yes.
and that is what your book is about. Tell us the
Yes.
full title and what you touch on in this book.
Yeah, the title, I have to give my publishers some credit there. Look, the publisher obviously didn't know me before, and when we made contact, I had to tell him, this is my story, and this is what ideally I would like to achieve, my objectives of the reason for the book. And I said to him that, all of a sudden, from being able, driving, cooking, working full-time, I was studying at the time as well, running my household, being there for my husband, my kids, my parents, for myself. I never needed anybody to do something for me. I did it myself. So from that to the Monday evening, my husband and my sister wheeled me out of my house on a office chair because it's got wheels. I don't have a wheelchair in my house. I don't know if you have one, had one. I've got one now, yes. They wheeled me out of my house. So from being absolutely fine to the Monday evening, just losing grip, can't hold on to anything, can't lift my leg, can't reach my hand out to touch, can't hold on to my cell phone, basic things. I couldn't even, drink a cup of tea. So that is how I saw that something was wrong. One of the other things that also happened, my bladder stopped working. I had no sensation, toilet, it's time for toilet. Everything stopped. Everything went to a dead halt. And that was the events or the hours before, we went to hospital and we got to emergency where they said, okay, now we must start looking what is wrong.
Now, this happened, a year and a half ago? Let's say this is a year and a half.
Almost 2 years, yeah.
It's almost 2 years.
September.
So September, it's going to be 2 years, so it's a little bit over a year and a half. I followed you on social media. I've seen the things that you post and the rest. And what I find interesting is you strike me as someone who this has happened to. And I mean, you laying it out very clearly now in terms of being fully able to being now incredibly dependent on so many other people. Yet, I look at your social media and I come across things like this, where on Youth Day you shared this. You said, "Happy Youth Day, everyone. You are only as old as you act. So for your lekker. Hide those aches and pains and maak jou mooi." Your spirit has not died. Your spirit has not been reset, girl. I need to know, how do you manage to still keep that up?
Look, before all of this, hulle sê in Afrikaans, hulle kan jou deur 'n ring trek en ek nou nie my figure nie, maar my looks, I gotta be good for something.
Is goed met baie. Daai maak hier 'n applous, ek sê hom. Lekker applous.
So yeah, I cared for myself, and I looked after myself because I also have 2 girls that look up to me, and it was difficult because they still had confidence in their mom, and my husband has faith in our marriage and our relationship. And my parents, my mom and my father-in-law, who's passed away since, had dependent on me. And there was people, that went in fasting and pray for my recovery. And I thought, I was 94 days, I was in hospital. And I thought to myself, I'm not the type of person that would like to disappoint people. I'm always want to give them much more than what they've asked for. And I thought, if I never wanted to disappoint anybody else, why do I want to disappoint the family and the people that has now started prayer groups from all over the world for me? So it was as far as Texas. Here in the country, it was Potchefstroom. It was my neighbors. It was work. It was my husband's work. It was everybody. My mom had prayer meetings at her house. So how can I not, arise to the occasion and make the best of this, from being fully able to being dependent on everybody else in the beginning to help me with the most basic things like brushing my teeth, feeding me, toilet routines. How can I disappoint people that believe that I will heal? How can I disappoint them? And that was, or that is the reason for me getting up every day and making a decision that I've got people that counts on me, and I've got people that believes that I am going to heal completely, and I'm following suit.
I love that. And I think to the point of Edwina got earlier, of being surrounded by the right people. And I think what you are also saying here is what I'm hearing, because it's so easy for you to go, so this is what's happening to me, and this is really hard, and it's so, so tough. And you stop seeing your worth. But when others tell you that you are still worth so much more, you are worth us praying for you, because that is how much we believe you are important and that you are needed in this world. That says everything.
Yeah. If I didn't know that, if they didn't remind me of that, I think I would have given up long time ago. It takes courage every day. You know, if I get a further attack, the disease is unfortunately not, you know, it can't be healed. It can only be treated. And in the country, when my article was published in the Cayer last year, only one lady from PE responded. And she said, you know, I'm so glad that I know now of somebody else that also got the disease. And she passed on September of last year. And she was 19 when she was diagnosed. And she was 28. She was sick for 10 years. And the doctor asked me in the hospital, or told me in the hospital, Mrs. Paul, if you get another attack, you might go blind. And I couldn't answer. I couldn't say anything. And I thought to myself, what would I want to see last before I go blind? So for me, it's a decision every day. I no longer work. I worked for a wonderful company. And since my impairment, sudden impairment, they've supported my family tremendously. And I've had a fantastic send-off from them. I worked for 24 years. And the way they sent me off, I could see that I made a difference in the company. And my work is not done. I'm far from done. Thank goodness, my mond het niks oorgekom he. So I can still do a lot of things. My hands is still, it's not 100%. There's still senses that's not, you know, switched on, I almost want to say. But I can function. I work on my laptop. My writing has improved. I'm cooking, I'm chopping, I'm stirring,
Aren't you still
baking.
studying?
I'm studying as well, yeah.
Can I tell you what
I'm
she's studying? She's doing a BCom in marketing management right now.
I'm studying, and I'm doing part-time studies, and I still try to run my household. And in this case now, I roll my household. So I've got a fantastic supporting husband. You'll read about him in my book. And I've got amazing daughters, and I've got a backup a system that backstage, you know, that I can call on anytime. There's people that they just see my name and then they get dressed. So I've got amazing support system, and if I hadn't had that, you know, I would not know where I would have been. And I heard a few weeks ago that there was a gentleman in hospital. My last meeting I was at, there was a gentleman in hospital. It was at my book launch, actually. They asked for prayer that he can't leave hospital because they are waiting for a replacement heart. And he was not even 40 years old. And I thought to myself, here I am at home. Here I am with my family. I was away from home 94 days. When I got back home after so long, for me it was all new. I had to remember okay, this is how my house looked. I sometimes asked them to send me a video of how my house looked, how my bedroom looked. And when I got home, they did the best to reintegrate me back, in our house. And I never feel like an outsider. I never feel like I'm the mom in the wheelchair or your mont. I'm still the mom.
But that's because you know who you are. And nothing can change that. We can see that, which is just fantastic. I don't think you realize just how incredibly inspiring you are just by being. She arrived here this afternoon. I must tell you, Serena arrived. She's like, listen here. I don't know what die saak gaan weg vanmiddag nie. Help my gewoon my nerves asseblief. En sy sê, can I don't know. Ek sê vir Serene, I know your story. And trust me, that story is enough. I said, you don't have to think about anything else. That is enough. Do you know how incredibly powerful that is when you know I can just be, because that is enough. And that is your story already, that you are going, that I am so enough. Nothing about me has changed, actually, except this.
Thank you.
That is phenomenal. And you've got your book here. I know people would like to get their hand on this book, right? Where can people find the book?
The book is not in stores yet. We're busy with that. And the books is available from myself. I have a few books here in the hallway at the back. The books is available at 200 Rand. I don't make any commission of the book. The reason for the book was, or the objective, was to put the highlight on rare autoimmune diseases. And there, sometimes, you feel something, you experience something, and you think it's nothing. And for years, I thought it was nothing. So I don't say everybody's got neuromyelitis optica that's got pins and needles, but have yourself checked out. Nothing is worth it. I slaved for 24 years working for a company that looked good after me, but your health, yourself, if you are not there, you leave a void. So make sure that you look after yourself, and that was the objective of the book. So in there, I can't share everything, otherwise you'll read it like a directory. But there's just glimpses, and then you are welcome to follow me on my social media page.
Ja, jy gaan lekker lag.
I often do lives there.
Yeah, she's fabulous. You are so much fun. You're such a tonic.
Last week I had the exercise one day, my morning exercises. And I don't know, next time I'll have bath times, who knows?
Oeh, jene. Hold on, hou vast is daar. Hou eers klein bietjie vast daar. But listen, absolutely loving what you're doing, and thank you for not giving up and for sharing your story with all of us and being willing to share it. You mentioned earlier on that the doctor had said that if you do have another attack of NMO, you could go blind.
Yes.
And you thought to yourself, what would I still like to see? Now, there's a lot of people here, and I know there are people watching at home. You don't know who's listening now. What is there that you would still like to see, and that we're going to make sure you see all of that in some way or another? We're going to make sure that you see it.
One Saturday night, while in hospital, my sister-in-law phoned me. You know, that time COVID visitors wasn't allowed, so in evenings. And my sister-in-law and her husband phoned me, and they wanted to surprise me, almost entertain me with a video call. And when I answered the phone, I saw how chirpy they were, and how, how smiley and laughing, and hi, how are you? And I couldn't say a word. And I thought, if I'm going to open my mouth now just to say hello, then I am going to scream, and I'm going to shout, and I'm going to burst. And I hanged up. I didn't say a word. I just hanged up the phone. And I messaged her afterwards, and I said, I couldn't let you see what was about to happen. I was ready to explode with sadness. And my family is the people that I would want to see for the very last time. Just a glimpse of my big babies, now young adults, my husband, my mom, my closest family. That is the last people that I would want to see before that happens.
Well, we are all going to pray that it doesn't happen. We are praying here for healing. Ons almal hierso. You are going to be seen. I have no doubt about that. But Serene Paul, so you are an inspiration. Can we please give her a round of applause? Thank you so much. Serene, you are fantastic.
Yes. Oh, baby. Yes. So amazing. So amazing. So amazing. So amazing to be loved. And I follow you to the moon, to the moon. Yes, I follow you. I'd follow you to the moon and the skies above. Yeah, yeah, no, 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 because I'll be your bridge. Yes, I'll be your bridge, 'cause I'm like a bridge over. I'm like a bridge over troubled waters. So long, silver girl, so long, bye. Yes, your time has come, yeah. Yes, your time has come, yeah. Your time has come, 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 yes, yeah, your time. 'Cause I'm like a bridge. Yes, I'm like a bridge. I'm like a bridge. I'm like a bridge over troubled waters. 'Cause I'm here to ease your mind. I'm yes, I'm here to ease your mind. 'Cause I'm like a bridge over troubled waters. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yes.
Yeah, what an amazing story. You know, and you always hear of things, and it's always people that are far-fetched. that you don't know. And when I received the call asking if this lady could be part of this event, I had no idea of her story. And after I engaged with her, I said, you don't have to continue. I want you part of this event. Serene, I want to say it's been a privilege and an honor to have you here with us. I wanna say what Tracy said early on. We are gonna trust God, and we're gonna believe that God sees your heart, He sees your prayers, He sees your desires, and we're gonna trust the Lord that He will come through for you, because He is a God that of the impossible. There may be times where you may feel down and out. There may be times that you maybe don't want to get up. But know this one thing, that our strength comes from above. Be blessed, my sister. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity. This young man standing here came into my life, my family, my cousin at the back, Spencer. We met him on a Valentine's Day, believe me or not. Believe you me, on a Valentine's evening, they were performing while we were having dinner. And we were the only table by this restaurant that was cheering for them. As ek geweet het, hy gaan so uitdry, dan het ek geld gevra om te klap vir hom. But I want to say that this gentleman has been part of our family for a number of years. And everywhere where he goes, we go. But the thing I want to point out today is that his heart is thrice or 4 times bigger than him. What he does comes from within. Today, all the artists you see on this stage, including himself, he made possible by not charging us 1 single cent. It's my privilege and my honor to introduce to you this afternoon Mujahid George.
To dream the impossible dream, to fight the unbeatable foe, to bear with unbearable sorrow, and to run where the brave dare not go, to right the right tomorrow, and right to learn, clear and chase from afar, to try when your arms are too weary, to reach the unreachable star. This is my quest, to follow that star, no matter how hopeless, no matter how far, to fight for the right without question or pause, to be willing to march into it for the heavenly cause. to this glorious west, that my heart will lie peaceful and calm when I'm laid to my rest. And the world could be better for this. And that born man, scorned and covered with scars, still strong with these last ounce of courage to reach the unreachable, the unreachable, the unreachable. Hello! Stop! Yes, sir! Thank you very much. Goeienaand, dames and dames. Wow, it's been a long time. It's taken a long time because I wanted to come up a lot earlier, but I think that I think that God wanted me here now at this very moment. Ek voel net die gees wat hier ingaan in die plek. As 'n ander soort gees wat hier ingaan. Ladies and gentlemen, there are some gentlemen and we're going to respect them and we're going to say thank you to the gentlemen for being here and making this happen. Thank you for putting your power behind women. Because let me tell you that without these incredible creations of God, there is no way that we men can ever be. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I want to say that I'm going to be very honest when I say this. Niemand het betaal om in te kom nie. No one charged us to perform. Tracy Lang has been here with us. Prof Madonsela is also going to be with us. But let me say, if by any chance your heart yearns to, and this is not me forcing you into anything. This is me saying, if your heart yearns to, because the people who have put this together rely on themselves and the money in their own pockets. En Lance het nou my salaris ook gevat. So, if there is a possibility of you donating anything that you have here with you today, enige iets, whether it is 100 rand, whether it's 200 rand, okay, is it too little? Whether it's 500 rand, is this the box? Thank you so much. If there's anyone, do we have a card machine? Hierdie jewelry ook het maak jy sakke as 'n cash converter so met draai. I'm going to put this over here. And I'm going to say that God is going to fill this for us. And I'm going to say, when you're weary, feeling small, when tears are in your eyes, I will dry them all. No, no, I'm on your side. Oh, when darkness comes, and pain is all around, like a bridge over trouble. Like a bridge over troubled waters, I will lay me down. I will lay me down. I will lay me down. Yes, 'cause I'm like a breeze. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm like a breeze, baby. Yeah, 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 yes. I'm like a breeze. No, I'm like a breeze. I'm like a breeze. Yeah. I'm on your side, yeah, yeah, yes. I'm on your side, no, 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 no. I'm on your side, 'cause I'm on your side, oh no. Yeah, yeah, yes. 'Cause I'm like courage, I'm like courage, I'm like courage, I'm like courage. I'm like a breeze. Yeah, 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 yeah. Ooh. 'Cause I'm like a breeze. Oh yes, I'm like a breeze. Thank you, God. Thank you, God, for using me. Thank you, God. Thank you, God, no, for using me. Thank you, God. Yeah, 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 yes. When the people laughed at me and they thought it was impossible, the manji's for my angle. Because I'm like a breeze over troubled waters. And I think we've got to jolt just a little bit. What do you guys say? What do you guys say? Guys, thank you so much for coming out this afternoon and this evening. Tracy, the right words is being fulfilled by your presence, and I say thank you from the bottom of my heart, and I know that every person in this audience is so grateful for your presence here today. Thank you, thank you, thank you. To our sound engineer, Mr. Zuko, if we can please give him a beautiful round of applause. Zuko, today is the only day that you're not getting paid up from, but we will work it out. We'll work it out. We're going to ask everybody to stand up and get liquor with us. Is that all right? Let's go! Tap! Maxu! Sakin kuga satsu pega. Sakin kuga satsu pega. Sakin kuga satsu pega. Sakin kuga satsu pega. Ay yo mama yo mama. 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 Jalus boki. Jalous boki, sois alegre, exhale, sois alegre, Papa is alegre. Everybody, jalous. Exhale, sois alegre, Papa is alegre. Essa é a minha orquestra. Jalous boki, exhale, sois alegre, Mambo is alegre. 'Cause in the jungle, the mighty jungle, the lion sleeps tonight. Everybody! Yes, sir! 'Cause in the village, the peaceful village, the lion sleeps tonight. 'Cause in the village, the peaceful village, the lion sleeps tonight. 'Cause in the village, the peaceful village, the lion sleeps tonight. 'Cause in the village, the peaceful village, the lion sleeps tonight. Yes, see. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Woo! Just to get liquor also. Can I have a mic stand, please? I'm going to do my final song. We've got more than one mic stand, don't we? Sure. Thank you so much, Lance van Eden. You know, sometimes you've got to take advantage of Lance because that's right. So we might as well make him work for it. This song is a song that I normally get paid to do. Kom ek sê vir julle. I'm going to be very honest when I say this. If there is someone that works even harder when he doesn't get paid and when he does it for a cause that is incredible, then I'm going to say, it my eie mond uit, it is me. Gisteraand, toe sing ek by Douglas Murray. Douglas Murray is an old age home. And I dedicated that specific night to those old people. And I said to myself that I am a vessel that God continues to use. And I can tell you that today, it's evident that we have made a difference. Edil mio bacio son, llorar il silenzio che ti fa mia. Yes! Tramontate stelle all'alba nascerò
Ladies and gentlemen, Mujahid George.
Sjoe. Mense, wat? Julle wie het nou daai gesê?
Tracy, ek het amper gedink ons moet net sê amen.
Ja nee, ek dink dan. Sjoe, that was incredible. You should have told me to bring more tissues here, nou mense. Sjoe, ons wil net huil, né?
Ja.
Emotional. It has been incredibly so.
Beautiful. When I spoke to Mujahid and I asked him, I said I would like you to do this song before you introduce the next speaker to our platform. Because I found it very appropriate, you know. And for me, what is so heartwarming is to know that our people has got talent. I said our people has got talent. And Tracy, I don't think you have a better platform to introduce the next speaker.
I mean, we are being led into this on a cloud in essence, right? I think that's how it feels. I think we can remove that stand in the meantime. Now, ladies and gentlemen, like Mujahid said, dames and dames, and a few gents here. So that's what I've been saying, ladies and gents, of course. Now, our next guest, you've been seeing her everywhere. She's made us incredibly proud to be South African, right? She is one of the drafters of South Africa's Constitution. She is an example of leadership for all South Africans of all sexualities, quite frankly, and quite frankly, just for everyone who believes that they can make a difference and that they want to make a difference. There have been many accolades bestowed upon her, and I know we've all seen it, we've all heard it, but nothing makes us want to stand up and sit up straight and be more proud than when you hear her name. Let's please put our hands together for Professor Prof Madonsela. Okay, so would you mind if I just go with Prof? Can I just call you Prof? Is Prof okay? Okay, that's great, because I feel if I just go Professor, then it feels like I don't know you. I want people to think that we are friends. So if we just go with Prof, I just feel better about this, okay? Wonderful. Now, what I found interesting, and it's something I touched on earlier as well, is that the number 6 seems to be repeating itself a lot in the last week, and it's a number I'm coming across more and more. And then in preparing for this event, I looked again and I see it's been 6 years since you've left the Public Protector's Office, which I think is big, which means, again, everything is complete. Your work was complete. It was perfect. Now, I know for anyone and everyone, the moment that change has to happen, and I think especially for women, whether you are a mother and your kids grow older and now you go into the space of going, suddenly my kids don't need me anymore, my kids are moving out of home, I am now needed in a very different way, or often feel like I'm not needed, right? I've not experienced this, but this is what people have told me. And we often feel those things as well when we change jobs and have to try something new, or there's an end of something, right? How did you approach that end of your chapter in your life 6 years ago?
Greetings, Tracy, and greetings, everyone. I was so tired. I was emotionally drained.
Oh, a little bit closer, yeah.
I was...
Yeah, it's on.
I was very tired and emotionally drained at the end of my term as a pub protector. And therefore, I actually joined a group of people at Harvard where we called ourselves used to be important people. And it really was nice to be a used to be important person, because it was a time of reflection. But you're right, it was also an opportunity to think through, where can I make the most difference going forward? And most of us chose spaces where you could make a difference without a title. I mean, people say to me, when are they going to give you a proper job? Prof, people don't think being professor is a job. And they say, no, I had offers from the World Bank, UN, and one university even invited me in writing to be vice chancellor. So I took the job at Stellenbosch University because I honestly thought that social justice or advancing equality and ending poverty are the two key most important things, not just in South Africa, but in the world right now.
And you could make that decision based, of course, on many things, but I think at the core of it all, also going, I still know my worth. I still know that I can make a difference regardless of where I find myself.
Absolutely. That was really the whole issue around where can I make the most difference? And I don't need a title to do that.
Which is important. I think that's something we definitely can applaud. Now, when it comes to going, okay, so things are changing, and you did something very practical about that. The change had come, and then you joined a different group of people. But often, if we look at just the rest of us and having our relatively normal jobs, right, and you're going, great, so now there's an end of an era. I am tired. You said it. You were just so tired because you had to deal with many things. And yes, we sit here, we see you on TV, and you do your interviews, and you are incredibly calm. There's a great calmness about you. At the same time, a great sense of fearlessness. You pick up on it, like you just go like, I need to do what I need to do, right? I get on with things, so I need to do that. But you are tired, and you are going, so, okay, what next? How can we get past that step of that tiredness? Great, so get the rest. But what do you do? What can be a very practical step to do to find your new purpose?
It's very difficult in a world where we think our worth depends on what people think of you and what title do you have, how do you look, what do you have. But it helps to firstly know who do you belong to. For me, I was maybe blessed, literally and figuratively, in that I am a Christian, but you could be a Muslim, you could be Hindu, but as long as you know that you're more than your looks, you're more than your job, we are a soul on a journey, and every phase of your life is just a phase. But every phase of your life has lessons. So the idea is then to look at what have I learned in the phase that I've gone through? Where are those lessons needed? It's a tough job because you've got to give yourself a talking to, because I can't lie to you, much as I know that I don't need a title, but you have to constantly remind yourself, I'm enough as I am. God's approval is sufficient.
Prof, I feel like I want to ask you so much more, but I know you also have an inspirational message for us. So I'm going to allow you to do that and inspire us even more, although I'm sure we're already feeling quite inspired, right? Very much so. So the floor is yours.
Tracy, you are absolutely right. I came here because I've been told that in life, in your early stages in life, you give to life, but you mostly get from life. It takes a village to raise you, but it gets to a point where you are privileged, and your job is like what Joseph did when he was in Egypt. Use your privilege to advance others. So I came here partly as a tribute to my colleague, Professor Michael, and his lovely wife, Sonia. And also, of course, I had met Lance, but in the process, I've I've already been inspired. So do you still need any inspiration? Because I'm super inspired. But I guess because they invited me, they'll be disappointed if I say nothing. So let me say something. Our message today is know your worth. And we've heard incredible stories today about knowing your worth. From the music of the band to stories from our colleagues, Edwina, Amy, and Shalene. My God, wasn't that powerful? But if there's something that we learned, particularly from the last message, is your worth is not determined by what people say, by what you do. You're worthy just because you're a human being. And yours is to be of purpose. Yours is to find a purpose. I mean, as Christians, we always say our life has a purpose and find that purpose and pursue it. But I have come to conclude that sometimes it's difficult to know what's your purpose. So deal with whatever you come across with purpose. So in other words, instead of struggling to find what is my purpose, look at every moment and say, how can I deal with what is in front of me right now, purposefully? So, based on what I've learned from working as a pub protector, working at Stellenbosch University on social justice, and working with young people and women at the Tuma Foundation, particularly interviewing remarkable women such as the ones that spoke earlier this morning on a podcast called Women Ready to Lead 2030. I have found that women who know their worth are phenomenal women. Let's pause for a moment. Do you think Edwina's mom was phenomenal? Was she less phenomenal? Was she less phenomenal than Oprah? No. I'm glad that we understand that. That each one of us is phenomenal in terms of purposefully dealing with the task in front of you and achieving phenomenal results. And we see the children here. So in a sense then, chances are everyone in this room is phenomenal. Just think about it. You are here. You led yourselves. We led ourselves to be here on a Saturday, and it wasn't a very warm Saturday. But you led yourself to be here. So what does it take to be phenomenal? I think it takes the ability to lead yourself. I think people always say, give us a chance to lead. There's one place in life where we all must lead. It is leading ourselves. So it starts with knowing your worth. And if you lead yourself successfully, as many of us, everyone who's in this room led themselves to be here today. And the phenomenal women that spoke this morning have led themselves. If you've led yourself, it gives you a base to lead a life of purpose, to tackle every challenge in your life with a purpose. There's a poem that I think every woman should read and probably have it on your wall. I had it when I was young, and I used to read it at women's leadership seminars like this, where my daughter and her friends attended, and they have embraced this poem by Maya Angelou. phenomenal woman. But the first stanza is, pretty women wonder where my secret lies. I'm not cute or built to suit a fashion model size. But when I start to tell them, they think I'm telling lies. I say, it's the reach of my arms, the span of my hips, the stride of my step, the curl of my lips. I'm a woman, phenomenal woman, that's me. And this is available to every woman. And it starts with knowing your worth, that no human being can define who you are. And no human being can tell you what is the measure of your worth. Only two people can determine your worth. The power that created you, that I call God, others call Allah, and others call whatever they do, but the power that created us determines our worth. But that power that created us believes we're all worthy. So your height doesn't make you worth more than the next person. Your beauty doesn't make you worth more than the next person. Your job, etc. What all of these things do, they give us different purposes. Because collectively, with these different purposes, we then make the world go round. Earlier on, somebody spoke about Ubuntu. I think it must have been Edwina who said, Ubuntu is what drove what they did. She didn't know that it was Ubuntu. And Ubuntu is firstly about respecting yourself. That's part of Ubuntu that people miss out is the first principle of Ubuntu is respect yourself. Because it's easier to respect the next person when you respect yourself. It's easier to value the next person when you value yourself. But even in the Bible, it says, love your neighbor as you love yourself. So you can't pour from an empty cup. It starts from pouring from your own cup. But it's easy said than done. Because I've said any woman can be phenomenal and all of us are worthy. Whether you're a firstborn, lastborn, whether you are a president of a country or the cleaner of an institution, from an Ubuntu perspective, everyone has a purpose. Every soul has a place and every soul has a purpose. So it starts with you respecting yourself and leading yourself, then leading others. And it doesn't matter who you're leading. You, as a cleaner, can lead a president. There's a story told about President John F. Kennedy. Many of you are too young to even know that president unless you've done history. But when he visited NASA, which is the space station of America, he found somebody cleaning and asked him, "What do you do here, sir?" What do you think he said? Exactly, a lot of people say that. I'm just the PA. I'm just the cleaner. I'm just the messenger. I'm just the driver. But not this man. He said, "Mr. President, I'm helping to take the first man to the moon." He understood his worth. He understood the purpose of his work. But in the circle of life, nothing has no role. Nothing has no value. Everything has value. Because if this guy didn't clean, the rocket scientist would have to clean or sleep on the floor. So everything has a purpose. But secondly, everyone has a purpose and everything we do counts. And what we choose to do depends on how we see ourselves. So this is what phenomenal women do. The first thing is they are powered by 5 C's. They're driven by compassion, but starting with compassion for yourself. Because you can't have true compassion for others when you don't have compassion for yourself. You can help people, you can be kind, but hate them privately. Have you seen somebody who's very helpful but resentful?
Yeah.
So you've got to start with having compassion for yourself, especially if you work with people and especially if you're a mother. Because if you don't have compassion for yourself, you may take it out on your children. After everyone else has annoyed you, you might kick your children hard. Not physically, but emotionally. And those wounds will come back to haunt them and haunt society. They have conviction. They believe in themselves. They believe in a better world. That even if things look horrible right now, they can get better. We heard that from Amy. We heard that from Shalene. And we heard that from Edwina. That stubborn faith, that stubborn hope that says, I'm right here right now. Maybe I didn't pass my degree. Maybe I left school at grade 8, but I can still do better. And my mom was one of those women. She hadn't finished school, but she thought education was a great leveler in society. And I'm not going to lie though and say education alone is going to level us in society. We still need all of those other things. But it makes a huge difference. I wouldn't be sitting here with you now being the daughter of a former domestic worker and a former farm worker. Only education helped. But with my mom, she had that conviction. She had an opportunity to go to school, being assisted by missionaries. She didn't go. But she really did think that for us, we had to do it. I said it's 5 C's. They have a deep sense of commitment. And for me, that deep sense of commitment is what Tracy pulled us through as public protector team. That sense that we are here to ensure justice for everyone, from cleaner to president. And we're here to ask the same questions in every case. What happened? What should have happened? Is there discrepancy? Can we call it wrongdoing? And if there was wrongdoing, how do we remedy it? How do we restore justice? And that was what kept us going. A sense of commitment also kept me going when I nearly didn't summit Kilimanjaro. My first summit in 2019, I didn't eat as much sugar as we were supposed to eat, and I nearly didn't summit. And what really helped was knowing that we were doing this for little girls, that it was not only just about period poverty or giving pads to millions of girls, it was also about building the confidence of girls, that if I quit, what am I teaching to the young ones? Phenomenal women have confidence. And confidence does not mean you're never afraid. It means you transcend fear because that which you believe in is greater than that which you fear. And lastly, courage. Old people, well, I'm old too, but ancient people believed that everything in life depends on courage. Because life is not the way it should be. It is the way it is. And to keep going, you need to have courage. But even also, to believe in your worth takes courage. If somebody tells you you're too short to be important, It takes courage to believe that you're worthy. If somebody says you're not beautiful enough to be worthy, it takes courage to transcend that person, to treat that person as an end. But in neuroscience, they say ends are automatic negative thoughts. So when those ends come by and say, you're not good enough because you're not that enough, it takes courage to say, that's an end, and I'm not going to believe this end. So the 5 C's, I've also, from my days as a pub protector, discovered, Tracy, that women who achieve phenomenal things, and it doesn't matter whether it's up there or down here, have an epic mindset. One of the women whose life touched mine is a woman by the name of Sunditai. Google her. She was born in 1948, married off at the age of 12, and ill-treated by the husband. By the time she was 20, she had many children. And then there was this guy who was ill-treated everyone in the village. You know, there's always corrupt people. They're not just here in South Africa. The corrupt people are everywhere. So the guy was corrupt, but didn't want to be called out. Just as we know, whistleblowers are always attacked. And Sunditai outed this guy to the authorities that he wasn't paying people what he was supposed to pay. I suppose he was pocketing the rest. And then this guy then turned against Sunditai and started spreading fake news, as they do here in South Africa, isn't it? In my case, you probably have heard about spy stories, stupid spy stories that didn't make sense. But Sunditai, this guy then told her husband that she was sleeping around and that he must kill her. Otherwise, the gangster guy, was going to kill the husband. The husband, of course, bit Sunditai with intention to kill her. And then through her, just to make sure, he thought she was dead, and then put her in a crawl, in a cow crawl. I'm not sure that it was cows or buffaloes, but he wanted her to be stampeded by the cows so that they would think he was killed by the cows and he doesn't get to be jailed for murder. So one of the cows stood over her to stop the others from attacking her. And she was safe. She was pregnant at the time, so she gave birth to the daughter. And then, but she had nowhere to go. Her family didn't want her. Some families, if you divorce a violent man, they don't want you back. So they didn't want her back. And she lived next to a crematorium and ate some of whatever she could find and would cook it at the crematorium. But eventually she just got stressed and decided, this is not a life I want, and decided to kill herself. She stopped valuing herself. She decided to kill herself. And she threw herself, so as she threw herself on a railway line. A lot of people do that in other countries. But while she was lying there waiting for the train to come and kill her, she heard somebody screaming in excruciating pain. Remember I said phenomenal women have compassion. She couldn't stand that pain. She went to find out what was happening. So part of valuing yourself is knowing that you're here for a reason in life and you're here to add value to humanity. So she went there, she found this guy, the guy said he was hungry. She went, looked for food and gave this guy. So eventually it became difficult for her to kill herself because her life now had a purpose. She had to fend for this guy and give him food. And she discovered more homeless people that needed food. Long story is eventually she started a home for homeless children. There were many homeless children. And over years, this school grew to the point that she got awards. She got a mention, a presidential award. And one day in her life, when she was now old, one day some old men rocked up needing shelter. You got it. But he didn't know it was her. He just was looking for shelter. And she knew who he was. And part of, again, knowing your worth is forgiveness. Because if you don't forgive anyone, they squat in your head for as long as you live. Whatever you do, they steal your joy, because that heart of yours, or your head space, instead of it being present and enjoying every moment, it is consumed by the baggage that our colleague Edwina spoke about earlier. So she had decided to forgive this fellow long ago. She gave him shelter. She just told him, though, who she was and said, I'm giving you shelter as one of the children here now and not as your wife. So that's the story of Sunditai. Google her. She is from India. And we don't have to do something as phenomenal as what Sunditai did, but within each one of us, it is possible to turn adversity into a stepping stone for a purpose-driven life. Because at any given stage, you just look at what's in front of you, what resources do you have, how do you tackle it? And how do you do that? If you have an epic mindset, an epic mindset is a mindset of ethical, being values-driven. Never deal with people based on their values. You deal with people based on your values. If they insult you based on your values, they know what they're doing, but always deal with people based on your own value. Purpose-driven, impact conscious. Sometimes we do things not sure what's going to be the impact. And I'm going back to being a mother, for example, is that one of the reasons we should make sure that we know our value as women is because as mothers, as sisters, as leaders, as team leaders in spaces, we impact so many lives. And they say we carry our weather with us. Have you ever seen when somebody sometimes moves into a room, suddenly everything is tense? Or when somebody moves into a room, suddenly the room lightens? Because we're an energy system. So it becomes important to know our worth, to value ourselves, but as a gift to others. Because when we are happy, when we love ourselves, it's easier to give to our children, to raise them as confident young people. But it's even easier to deal with the men in our spaces. That I'm not saying men should be violent, and I'm not saying stay when a person is violent, but when you don't return fire with fire, there's a transformative opportunity there. Because in terms of violence, in terms of the law, people don't realize that violence is not only when you hit a person. When you insult a person, in terms of the Domestic Violence Act, that's violence as well. But often people don't insult others because they're bad people. You insult others when there's so many ants in your head, automatic negative thoughts. And you're just feeling enraged by life because you think about what happened in the past, what's happening now, and frightened about what's going to happen tomorrow. But if you look after yourself, if you know who you are, that is your God's child, that whatever you're going through, there's somebody who's carrying it with you. And whatever happened yesterday, you leave it to God, it's much easier to face the moment. So that's your value system. That's impact consciousness. Lastly, it's a commitment to serve. Phenomenal women don't look for thank you. How many of you in this room have helped and you thought, this is the moment. I am going to be glorified today, and nobody glorified you? So if you think about the story of Sunditai, for example, she never did anything to be thanked by anyone. She helped where she could. And among us, I'm sure there are women here who could tell us stories about where you're helping, not because you'll be thanked, but who thanks you? It's the applause within. When you go back to bed and you say, wow, I earned my place in life today. It doesn't matter who says what. I approve of myself. I'm enough, and God's approval is sufficient. Thank you. The last thing, though, that you need is you need a certain intelligences to know your worth and act accordingly. How many of you in this room think that if you know better, you do better? Put up your hand if you think if you know better, you do better. You think so? Well, before my first Kilimanjaro summit, I knew that if I needed to summit, we wore our clothes much early in the year. So I knew that if I eat more than I was exercising, I would not fit into my pants. But I went to Italy and I found that they had dairy-free yogurt and I had more than I should have. And I wasn't doing much walking because I was there on a writing holiday. Did I not know the truth? And when we were going up the mountain, we were given sugary stuff to eat. I wasn't eating it. For me, this was the time now to lose the weight. So I was taking protein, almonds, very few of them. So didn't I know the truth? I did. So whatever I learned at my age, which I'm asking for an opportunity to share with you, it's not true that when we know better, we do better. That's half the story. When we know better, think better, and feel better, we do better. Think about some of the people who kill somebody, and only afterwards they get back into their senses. That's not controlling your mind. So one of the biggest things we need to do in life is mind your mind. That it's not just what you know, but process your thoughts in line with what you want to do. Because if you allow negative thoughts to fester in your head, you'll end up saying things you don't want to say. Some people even end up hitting other people. I've heard people hitting each other at the workplace. And thereafter you said that you did that, and you say, that's not me. So it's important that you have certain intelligences. At the Tumor Foundation, as part of the EPIC leadership course, we found that you need 4 key intelligences. One is emotional intelligence. It's about managing your emotions. There's always a trigger and your actions. So if you allow yourself to react, then it's trigger and the external factor determines what you do. So if you have emotional intelligence, there's emotion regulation. So there's a trigger, there's a thought process, and then you act in line with your values as opposed to just because. I've heard somebody, for example, when I was young, I also did the same thing, where I went to a meeting. I don't know if anybody of you knew Dala Oma. Lovely man. Would you believe that I once shut the door on him in anger and just banged the door and left the meeting? Do you think I wanted to do that on Dala Oma? Emotional regulation. Of course, he was a good man. Well, he didn't speak to me for 3 months, but we made up. And that was before I learned about emotional intelligence, which is often, honestly, it's almost like a different person takes over and things happen, and then you regret afterwards. But it's all about being aware of your thought process and your emotions. So emotional intelligence. One of the things I learned in Parliament when the Justice Portfolio Chair said to me, Tuli walks on water, after many other insults, and I lost it a bit, was it's not just about managing your thought process, also manage the chemical balance. Because after that unfortunate interaction with Parliament, Pravin Gordon asked me, were you hungry? You also think it's funny. He happened to be a pharmacist. So I've learned a lot now from neuroscience that hunger can make you do terrible things. So don't go to a meeting, honestly. Don't go to a potentially emotional meeting when you're hungry. In fact, somebody has even done a study that shows when judges are hungry towards the end of the day, they make judgments that are harsh. So make sure that you're not hungry. So the other intelligences are social intelligence. Understand people that you work with so that you can work with young people, you can work with older people, you can work with Muslims, we can work with Hindu, you can work. It's important that you understand the social context within which you work. That also makes sure that you are socially just, but it also makes you achieve your phenomenal intentions better. Spiritual intelligence, I don't want to dwell on spiritual intelligence because this community is very spiritual. But it's important there that even if you don't believe in God, but be grounded in understanding that there's an intelligence behind everything. Even the people who believe in the Big Bang, they won't tell you what banged. So there is neuroscience and physics are finally coming to terms with what Christians and other religions have known long ago, is that things are interconnected. And Ubuntu says that we're not interconnected simply because we occupy the same space, but we are intelligences that are connected by forces. Lastly, intellectual intelligence. What I would like to tell you about intellectual intelligence is that we were told that you're either born intelligent or not. The truth is, no, you can grow your intelligence. And so if you are a phenomenal woman, you're powered by the 3 C's, an epic mindset, there is intelligences, you will end up with what we call a GBM factor. The kind of person who grows wherever you are planted. It doesn't matter where you are, you turn adversity into growth opportunities. You'll be the kind of person who blooms like the lotus flower wherever you are. But lastly, you'll be the kind of leader who multiplies. The kind of person who makes other people who come into contact with you grow. Whether it's your children, whether it's your friends, whether it's your family, whether it's your partner or your colleagues. When you have the GBM factor, you are forever growing. You have a learning mind. Every opportunity is an opportunity for growth. You're blooming wherever you are planted and you multiply. I know I've been preaching to the choir. My final message to you is, with all of the challenges we face in South Africa and the world, we say we live in a perma-crisis world. We keep looking for heroes that can solve these problems. If you agree with me that every woman in this room and elsewhere has a potential to be phenomenal, if you already are not phenomenal. And knowing your value, knowing that you have a right to be here in this world and you have a purpose, and that nobody has the power to determine what you should look like to have value. Nobody has a power to determine how you should feel, will enable you to do phenomenal things. Therefore, agree with me that you are the heroes we keep looking for. Thank you.
You can stay seated. Thank you so much, Prof. Oh, we're feeling it, right? We definitely are all feeling it. And to your point earlier on, I think it's so easy for us to just go, some people, they just go forth and they are fearless. But my dad used to love saying to me, Tracy, just break up the word fear. And I always say this to young people. I go, F-E-A-R, face everything and rise. That is what that is. So go there. And it's like Lon said, when he asked, could I be here? And I just said yes. Because that's what I do, and I believe that you must just say yes. Feel the fear and just do it anyway. You just go, I was all right, I'll figure it out. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it, but I'm going to make sure that I give it my absolute best. And trust me, it will be blessed. It will always be blessed. It will turn out well. I can promise you that. Just go for it. Just say yes. Make it work. Prof Madonsela, thank you so very, very much for inspiring us, really. We have been so blessed to have you here. Thank you.
All right, so thank you very much, Prof, for those inspiring words. And we are almost done and through with our program. I know we're over time already. And so we're just going to wrap up things very, very quickly. And I'm going to allow Prof to sit here as I call Professor Michael Ogadia just to do the vote of thanks. And then just directly after that, we are going to get Anselin Geisman, who's going to end off this event with a beautiful, powerful song that I requested, and that is The Blessing. And then I'm going to, in the same breath, before Professor Michael Ogadia speak, can I just ask all the people that have spoken here this afternoon, if you can please just come to the stage in the meantime, all right? And we will come down to you. Serene, toe ek wou sê, ons gaan 'n couch interview doen, toe sê sy Lance toe maar, ek bring my eie stoel. So that is so in the meantime, while Professor Michael Ogadia is going to do the vote of thanks, we're going to just call the other ladies that have spoken, Christophine and everybody else, just to please come on the stage.
Thank you.
Thank you.
People, you didn't come to listen to me, so I'm going to be very short. Good evening, by the way. Good evening. And yes, you are phenomenal. Dankie aan die komitee. Julle het hulle gesien op die verhoog. Ek dink hulle het absoluut fantasties gedoen. Believe me, they have. Also the technical people, the people behind the scenes. Thank you, Mr. Cafanelis, for allowing the alumni to take over your school. And right from the start, Cindy with a beautiful prayer. And of course, all the singers and all the artists that you have seen here tonight. Lukman, it's a favorite of mine. You are very lucky you have seen the best of the two Adams brothers tonight. And of course, Mujahid George, he's a favorite of us. He's a huiskind by ons, and we are immensely proud of him. And we so hope that he will one day be on your TV screens every single evening. He deserves that. Well done. He's an amazing singer. And so is Anselin Geisman, who you will be seeing after I have spoken here today. Our sponsors, Flowers, and we know it is because Lance is working there that we have got the sponsorships. But at our previous function with the men, I said to Lance, and I can repeat it, I've said to him then, Lance, is omtrent nou tyd dat jy nou die baas word van 'n Fullhouse en nie net die manager nie. We need you to take over. We need you to take up that space. Our speakers, were absolutely phenomenal. So thank you, Christine. Christophine, in fact. Christophine, ek mis vanaand so jou pa, hy sou so trots op jou gewees het. Baie lang vriend van my. Baie dankie, Edwina, my sis. You are still amazing. Serene Paul, what a wonderful story it was. Really amazing. And Amy Jones. Where's Amy? I can tell you one thing, you know, Amy's father is a very good friend of mine. We were students together to the effect that I was, in fact, the best man at Amy's father and mother's wedding. So we know each other that well. So if you want to make a success of your marriage, you hire me as your best man. All right. Prof Tuli, my colleague. You know, the accolades for Tuli is so overwhelming. I can't repeat it and I won't. But what I can say about her is that when we asked her to come here today, she didn't hesitate one single moment. When I went there at her home this afternoon, she was in fact ready and waiting. On time and ready to face you. I think she has the talent to become the next Vice Chancellor of Stellenbosch University. I think she has the talent to... I think she has the talent to become this country's next president. En as 'n man sal ek dit nou self sê, the men who are there now, they don't do a great job, to be quite honest. So it's about time that we need a woman in that position. I think she can do it. Thanks, Prof. Thanks, colleague. It's been wonderful. Our offices are just next to each other across the street, so we see each other more than enough, but well done. And we're so happy that you were here tonight. Very, very much appreciated. Thanks. Then, yeah, you know me on a clap, yeah. No. Then, to put this program together and to make sure that everything is continuous and everything follows and there's progression, you need a very, very good MC. And I think, Tracy, you have been the glue here this evening who glued this program together amongst all the other good characteristics Edwina was referring to, that you are having and that you are presenting us with. Thank you for just being you. Thank you for your wonderful work that you are doing amongst our community. We are proud of you, and thank you for allowing us to be proud of you. I was saying to Amy during the break, I said to Amy, we need stars like you. And I'm sure you will be one of those stars in the near future. Well done, Tracy. Let me conclude. Let me finish off. Ladies and gentlemen, a few gentlemen here, this evening, and you can take my word for it, we've been planning this evening for months now. But this evening would not have been possible had it not been for Lance van Eden.
Yeah.
So, Lance, en ook die stil vrou agter Lance, Natalie. Thank you, Natalie, that you are prepared to share Lance with us. Lance, baie dankie. Ek dink jy het gesien vanaand dat wat jy doen word waardeer. Continue to be the leader that you are, because our country, our society, our community, we need leaders desperately. Show us the way, we will follow, but thank you for giving up your time for our community. They do appreciate that. The money in the box tells a story, and the people in the chairs tonight also tells you that particular story. Ladies and gentlemen, well done. If you go home, drive safely, keep well, and wear your mask. Thank you.
So, Professor, thank you so much. So, we're going to just get the ladies quickly to give out the bouquets wherever they are, so they can just come on quickly. And while this is going to take place, I know everybody's in a hurry. I'm going to ask Anselin if you can then just grace us with this beautiful song as we hand out the bouquets. I would like to take this opportunity also just to say thank you to each and every one of you that have taken your time out here this afternoon to be here. Thank you for your monetary contribution. Professor Michael Akadia and your wife Sonia, thank you so much. Mr. Cavanielis and your wife, thank you so much. God bless you as we conclude this beautiful women's empowering session. Know this one thing, know your worth. God bless you.
The Lord bless you and keep you and make his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord turn his face toward you and give you peace. Amen. 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 The Lord bless you and keep you. Make his face shine upon and be gracious unto you. The Lord turn his face toward you and give you peace. May his favor be upon you and 1,000 generations, and your family and your children and their children and their children. May his presence go before you and behind you and beside you, all around you and within you. He is for you. He is for you. In the morning, in the evening, in your coming and your going, in your weeping and rejoicing. He is for you. 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 Say, Amen. Hallelujah is the highest praise. Sing Amen. Amen. His promises is yes and amen. The Lord, and keep you. Make his face and be gracious. May it turn his face toward you and give you peace. Oh, Thank you so much. God bless you. Ik verlief onder die volk. Ik verliep prijs onder die volk. Ik wil op een psalm zingen, op een psalm zingen, tot eer van zijn naam. Ik verliep onder die volk. Ik verliep prijs onder die volk. Ik wil op een psalm zingen, op een psalm zingen, tot eer van zijn naam. Ik verliep onder die volk. Ik verliep prijs onder die volk. Ik wil op een psalm zingen, op een psalm zingen, tot je van zijn. Ik verliep onder die volk. Ik verliep prijs onder die volk. Ik wil op een psalm zingen, op een psalm zingen, tot je van zijn naam. Ik verliep onder die volk. Ik verliep prijs onder die volk. Ik wil op een psalm zingen, op een psalm zingen, tot je van zijn naam. Ik verliep onder die volk. Ik verliep prijs onder die volk. Ik wil op een psalm zingen, op een psalm zingen, tot je van zijn naam. Ik verliep onder die volk. Ik verliep prijs onder die volk. Ik wil op een psalm zingen, op een psalm zingen, tot je van zijn naam.